2011 Radnor Township Planning Commission. Welcome you all. Hopefully everyone found a legal parking spot out there in the parking lot. I would like to just make a brief announcement with regard to the last item on our agenda, which would be SD 2011 S05. That's the sketch plan of Bentley Homes. If any of you in the audience are here for that are neighbors, I must remind you, for sketch plan, there is no public comment. It is only here for our review and for our comment. So if you were planning on making a statement, you're obviously more than welcome to stay here, see it. But we do not offer. It's the policy of this township that for sketch plan only, there is no public public comment. So just wanted to let everyone know that if someone's here for that. But with that, I would like to. All the Planning Commission members received the minutes from the March 7th meeting. Have we reviewed them? Any comments, corrections, questions? Motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I will abstain since I was not in attendance last month. With that, the first on our agenda is an old friend, familiar item, SD 2010 D08, preliminary of Eastern University to construct a new 39,570 square foot student union building. Returning to the Planning Commission at the Board of Commissioners' request. Mr. Malloy, could you please elaborate on the Board of Commissioners' request back to the Planning Commission?
Yes, this was on the Board of Commissioners caucus. This was a caucus item at the last Commissioners meeting. During the discussions at that point in time, it was mentioned that there was some additional information concerning parking at the campus. Basically, the Commissioners felt that some of this new information was not given to the Commission in order for them to evaluate it, and they felt it best that that information be passed on to the Commission and they given a chance to evaluate it and to come back with a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners at their next meeting. So basically, the issue came up over some new information regarding the parking on the campus.
Okay.
So I realize the chairman was not here at the time, but I did mention during my remarks that Matt Bauman, who was present tonight, reviewed the numbers and felt that they were satisfactory and comply with the code. Matt felt it was best that he be here tonight in case there were some specific questions.
Okay. I believe everyone from the Planning Commission received a copy of a report dated February 17th, 2011 from Eastern College's Engineering Consultants, Associated Engineering Consultants Incorporated, dated February 17th, 2011, addressed to Matt Bauman, and it appears to give a full review of their evaluation of the parking calculations and the parking necessary for the project. Mr. Cornelia? Just want to make sure, just to both sides, you heard Mr. Malloy's representation of why it's back down to us from the Board of Commissioners. Would you agree with that representation?
Yes, I would agree, and there was one other item that we do have, and that was the loop road in the middle of campus. There is also a question regarding that and to have a design for that, which we also have, and Karen McManuels from AEC could discuss that also.
Okay. Okay, with that in mind, I guess we need to deal with the previous recommendation. And to open this meeting back up from the previous recommendation, if there are members of the Planning Commission that feel that we need to hear this additional information and then reevaluate our position and our recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, we first need to rescind our previous recommendation from last month. So the first order of business would be if this Planning Commission feels that they need to rescind their recommendation from last month. And with that, I would open it up to some type of discussion amongst ourselves. openly.
Well, since I voted against it, I'm going to move that we rescind the motion that we passed last month.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay. Any further discussion, comments?
Can we just be very clear about what we had kind of a complicated recommendation. So
Okay.
maybe we should be very clear about what we said last month. Who wrote it down?
It should be in our minutes. Mr. McCone moved to approve, provided that the plan include upgrading intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle Road in accordance with one of the three proposed configurations or equivalent optimization, and that Eastern provide a plan to be considered in the future. The details of feasible means to connect the gymnasium parking lot to Eagle Road, enabling the closure of the entrance at Fenimore Lane. Mr. Cooper moved to amend the motion to not retrofit the existing parking lot with the placement of trees that utilize parking spaces. There was no second to Mr. Cooper's amendment. Ms. Bogosian seconded Mr. McCone's original motion. The motion passed 5-3. That was the original, that was the motion that was made.
Could I ask if we rescind the entire thing, are we going to then go through each section? For example, do we need to discuss traffic again? Or are we going to strictly discuss parking?
I believe that if we rescind our prior recommendation, it's up for grabs.
Start from square one.
Yep.
All right.
Would you interested in an amendment?
So we have does any other comments, questions,
I just
discussion?
want to comment on one of my main reasons for voting against the motion last month, which I don't know that I made it clear enough, is that it was somewhat of a convoluted motion the iterations as they were occurring, but also it really came down to wanting to ask Eastern to do the internal loop road now, and recognizing that Eastern has concerns about cost regarding, an internal loop road and what might be asked of them at the corner of King of Prussia Road. But from my perspective, what's going to most directly impact and benefit the neighbors, at least from what I've heard the neighbors say, is closing that road. It's the traffic on the residential streets, Fenimore, Paul, Walnut, some of those over there, that are really most impacted at this point right now. And so that was and I don't think that we really talked about that in enough detail at the time, and so that was my reason. And that's, we can only do so much about the parking, if I understand our code correctly. We can only, based on the zoning officer's his deem of the uses, his understanding or his opinion on the uses drives our decision. So there's not much to do with parking. We can't impact King of Prussia Road because we're not PennDOT. So what can we do? We can help the neighbors by closing a road that has a lot of traffic for the size streets that are there. And that's why I opposed it, and that's why I would like to see it rescinded, to talk about that more now.
Okay.
But that's not what we're being asked, correct, Dan? What you said is they've asked us to specifically look at Matt's new parking calculations.
They wanted that to make sure the planning commission understood what the numbers were and wanted them to have input on that. And as Mr. Cornelia pointed out, the Loop Road issue was brought up during the caucus section.
Okay, so for more clarity on the Loop Road.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and just to clarify, I actually watched the meeting. They wanted more clarity. They wanted to see if we could pin down PennDOT and/or the Loop Road, but we know we can't do much with PennDOT. I mean, it was a three-pronged, it was a long conversation they had at Board of Commissioners. Mr. Malloy, would you agree? It was long and complicated. This is a complicated plan. So all three components they were definitely struggling with, grappling with.
But we can make a recommendation about the King of Prussia intersection, because you and I walked it. Right. I have strong feelings about it, given the options that were presented. Right. That may not ultimately be what happens, but I think given what we've seen, we can certainly make a recommendation on that as a group.
I just want to make one comment. I travel that intersection every day. There's an awful lot of surveying going on right now. I'm not sure if that relates to this. Nick is indicating that it relates to this. Okay.
Okay. Any further comments, questions, discussion regarding the motion to rescind that is currently on the table.
Do we have to rescind the entire thing, or can we just rescind the piece that deals with the, well, I mean,
I believe it
you have to rescind.
proper, yeah, you'd have to
in
rescind
its
the entire
entirety.
recommendation, and then we would reissue the recommendation, or
Okay.
denial, as the case may be.
Yeah, I question the legality of actually our rescinding our position. Could we have a ruling from the solicitor?
Peter?
You can rescind it, not rescind it. I'd also would suggest you could merely amend the motion without going through the rescind process, which is, if you're just going to look at the parking, probably would be a much simpler way of doing this. It's just to amend the previously made recommendation to the Board of Commission.
Okay. So we could proceed without rescinding and under the auspices that we could amend? Okay? Okay.
Doesn't matter, right?
Well, why don't we hold that motion for right now, and then we will continue on, because if we can vote, after hearing the information, we can vote whether to rescind and reissue a whole or amend. Okay? Why don't we have Mr. Malloy or Mr. Baumann explain or give details on the additional information that has been brought before the Planning Commission, and then I guess we can go to the applicant and have him discuss the loop road and also the parking information.
Well, Mark, if we can, I'd like to have Mr. Keneally come up. I'm sorry, the Planning Commission didn't have the report last time from February 17th, but in that, there are 7 items in there based on an email I sent to Mr. Keneally asking for further clarification on what I perceive to be missing in the original parking analysis. So if, Nick, would you mind going through each particular one, and then you and I can talk about what I still perceive to be lacking and what I think is okay?
Yeah, from what I understand from Matt is there was an issue regarding the bookstore. And our position on the bookstore is not a retail store. It's not open to the public. I mean, the public could walk in and buy a Eastern sweatshirt, but that's not the prime purpose. The prime purpose is to serve the students that are already accounted for on campus. And that has approximately 1,933 square feet. If you take 80% of that, which is according to code, that's 1,546 square feet, which, if it is retail, would require an additional 8 parking spaces. The employees were already calculated in because, Matt, to be conservative, we had already calculated the employees into the calculation that was given to Matt. Remember, too, this is a calculation that was given to Matt. Unfortunately, it was not presented to the Planning Commission at the last meeting, even despite Matt did have it, and he based his calculations on this report, which is dated February 17th. It's just something that the Planning Commission did not have. And of course, Matt's the zoning officer, and he's the one who makes determination on the parking. It's not really Planning Commission matter, and I believe last time the Planning Commission deferred to Matt because he is the zoning officer to make this calculation. But going back to it, it would require 8 additional parking spaces, but also we already have 2 calculated in because we calculated 1 per 1,000, so that would leave 6 parking spaces that we would be required under Matt's calculation if it is retail. We are, according to the current calculation, 5 spaces over, so really all what it involved would be an additional 1 parking space in addition to what's already on the plan. And that was
Well,
the
Nick,
last-
if you can explain, so what's your surplus now? What do you have?
Our surplus now is 8, accurate? 5? I'm sorry, okay. Our surplus now is 5. So what we were saying that we would need 6 additional if this was considered retail, which would require 1 more parking space.
An additional, which you don't have at this point, correct?
Which we don't
So you
have at this
5.
point.
Well, I spoke to the solicitor today, Mr. Rhodes, and we went through extensively, and also met with a couple of concerned neighbors this morning, and have gone over the list. And really, the issue here is the restaurant. And I've talked to the solicitor about it, I've talked to Peter about it as well, that really it's not a restaurant, and the fact that, I'll touch on that for a second, that you're not generating new customers specifically for that particular restaurant or food service, that it's really designated for the interior campus and the people there already. rather than going there solely for that use. But my issue right now is I do consider the bookstore truly to be retail. And I talked to the solicitor about that. We're on the same page with that. So I think that's going to need to be included in the calculation, in my opinion. The other issues on there, 1 through 7, and I don't know if Nick wants to go through all those, but at this point, because of our parking code doesn't identify them specifically, that I don't have any other issues within those numbers except for the retail use.
Okay. Mr. Cornelio?
As I said, our position initially was that it's not required. We're not going to object if Mr. Bauman's going to require us to add an additional, since we're 5 over, really would only be 1 additional parking space over what's being proposed.
Very good. Then why don't we have you proceed, Mr. Cornelio, with regard to information on the Loop Road? And just, I agree, and the reason I'm not really opening that up to questioning by the Planning Commission is that information regarding parking is strictly a zoning determination made by the zoning officer, and it is not in this commission's purview to review or question the zoning officer's decision regarding parking calculations, because that is absolutely under the zoning code of Radnor Township. Mr. Solicitor, would you agree with me, Peter?
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is Karen McManuels, who's the project engineer on the project, and Karen's going to talk about the Loop Road.
Okay, good evening. As everybody, I'm sure, is well familiar with the site, I guess up there, okay. Eagle Road is running along the top here. King of Prussia Road is coming down on the right-hand side. We have Fairview coming in here and Fenimore coming in here. The gym parking lot, which is what's in question, is located on the western side of the campus. Fenimore Lane is coming in right here where the entrance is to the gym parking lot. We were asked to look at how we can close that off and connect that parking lot to Eagle Road. We had looked at several options. And I know one of the options that was mentioned and we had looked at before at the last meeting was to try to come in off Eagle Road, coming down the west side here and into the parking lot. That was one, and we had looked at other ones in the past. The one coming here, their main drive coming through the campus here, connecting, the log cabin is no longer there. And we would come across here and connect in to the gym parking lot. And going through many iterations of these options, we feel the best option is to come off the main drive, crossing the streams and coming into the parking lot for several reasons. One, it really connects both sides of the campus. As we all know, the campus really is divided by the stream, and you have a north and the south side. With that road, I mean, you're really connecting the entire campus together. The benefit of that is, you're on campus and you're coming through and you get access to that parking. If there's no parking, you have access to all the other parking lots on the campus. The big disadvantage is coming off here, all you're doing is coming into that parking lot. If there's no space, you'd have to turn around, come back out on Eagle Road and come back up through the campus. There's also another issue. You have the utility PICO right-of-way lines coming down through here, and you do have some site issues getting the entrance off of Eagle Road at that point. So we are proposing that the internal road, this is the main drive coming through the campus here, connecting off of that, coming over through this little island through here and connecting into the parking lot here. And then it would be closed off at the Fairview end.
Can you, where's the wheelhouse?
The wheelhouse is right here.
Okay.
So you would be turning right before the wheelhouse. That wouldn't be affected by it.
Karen, how many parking spaces would you lose with this, and what does it do to your impervious, this internal road?
Well, we're losing these 8, but we're putting 16 back. So we actually end up gaining some parking there. And the impervious with the area, I don't have the exact number, but it does not increase. We're still within our allowable impervious coverage.
Does that, then are the 16 in those numbers that Nick just gave us?
No, they are not.
So they're in addition?
They
Okay.
would be in addition.
Well, a net of 8 in addition, I guess.
A net of 8 in addition, yes.
What's the width of the road?
25 feet.
25.
That's pretty steep, right where it cuts off the main road there, is it not? I mean, I see the lines there.
This is 1 in 40, so it's about a 5, maybe 6% slope. That's not that steep.
All right, line. Are you, is there any kind of time frame about when Eastern would implement this?
Right now, we have submitted a pre-application request meeting for DEP. That meeting has not been set yet.
That's what, the first step or second step?
That's the first step.
We're going to need DEP approval because we're crossing.
Crossing the stream twice. And right now, I would estimate that process to be about a year to get approval from DEP.
Karen, so walk me through what the traffic flow would be. You'd come off the main road and come in and do what?
Should have highlighted this a little bit. The main entrance is
No,
right
no,
here.
I meant at the road. I know what the flow is at the beginning. I meant near that lot.
I'll walk you through the flow of,
You're going to come in, you're going to go around. Is that a building? Where's the pool?
this is the pool right here.
Okay.
So you're coming in here, you would come down around the parking lot and come back out. You still have this road right here. You can make one big U, come down here and around.
And here's the fields here. Give you time.
This is the gym itself right now,
You know,
the gym building.
Right, so they would go around, but my only concern about that would be my son having spent some time over there at that pool for parties and what is, you know, if people come in and pull around the building, I understand you use the campus for sports camp or camps or whatnot with kids. What would be the plan? Because that would mean cars would be now circling around that very pool where the kids swim and hang out, cross to go to the field and all that.
This is the pool right here.
Okay.
Well, the pool right now, this is all fenced off, so it would remain fenced off.
No, I know that, but they cross to go play in the sports field. I mean, it's a flow back and forth.
And that's important between the gym and the pool is right now. There's not a driveway. There's no vehicles no go through there.
You can drive through here between the pool and the building. It is wide enough to drive through there.
But it's not part of the normal, all right. Who would drive through there because there's no place to go?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be first of all, the main drive would be come down here and around the parking lot and come back through here. Okay. Would be the main drive.
It looks like you can drive around 3 sides of the building or the pool now, right?
Oh, yes, you can.
So it's only the shaded area where the 16 spaces are.
Well, that's what would be new and pervious.
But so
The
cars
shaded area.
can circle the pool now, almost circle the pool now.
They could, but there is a gate, there is a security gate
Oh,
here.
okay.
So not everybody can come through there. It's only for the Eastern service vehicles
So you'd
and
keep
stuff
the
like
gate,
that.
keep people from
Yeah.
circling around
Yes.
the pool. I mean, that's my concern, is that stretch. And I
Yeah,
know it's
no,
like
we-
a driveway, but
right.
not that many trucks are, I mean, only Eastern people go in there now. I wouldn't want to see a big circle around the pool, but you can keep
Yeah,
the gate
we
there.
can keep that gate, and we can add
Okay.
a gate at this end here, so they can't go in that way. So it's easy to secure.
Is there any intention of really blocking off the personnel access along Fairview Avenue? Because obviously you could have everybody parking throughout the neighborhood for events, things like that, and just walking, up the old driveway or... Has any thought been given to that?
Well, there isn't a thought. The thought would be is that we would put bollards there.
Well, it takes care of the cars. I was thinking of the people.
Well, I don't know that we could prevent people from walking through that road.
Well, I mean, if
That's-
you installed a fence, you obviously could. So I just didn't know if that had been considered.
Well, I think one of the things, we would have to leave that open for emergency vehicles. I mean, that was at the other end. I mean, we have the bollards there that are removable in case of an emergency. A fire truck would have to, or an ambulance that would have to get through there. I don't know, installing a fence. We can look at it. It would have to be gated, but you'd have to allow for emergency to come through there.
And if your motivation was to stop people from traversing that portion of the perimeter wall, they simply just go up to the gatehouse where it is, where the bollards are now.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, you basically would have
It's a
to have
longer walk, but-
fence the entire thing.
Is it Eastern's intention to actually execute this once they?
Can't park- Well, right, there's no parking on Fenimore.
Any other comments, questions from the Planning Commission?
Karen, there's only one entrance, and once this is established, there would only be one entrance onto the campus? Or is there a second?
Well, you would still have.
From the dormitories, but you don't have a loop through?
You would
Okay.
still have this entrance off as Eagle for the dorms up here.
Okay.
And at the moment, you would still have this entrance back here into, not this one, and right here into Ott, which is their maintenance facility.
Okay.
We would still have just that one.
That's blocked off. You can't get through there to the rest of the campus.
Right, no.
It's just a-
You would just get there, really, it gets you into this parking lot for the main.
So unless you, except for pulling up the temporary, except for the movable bollards that are sitting there at that gate, that thing off of Eagle Road becomes effectively the only entrance. The
Yes.
only thing the other would be used for is emergencies or special circumstances.
Correct.
What is the fire department?
What is?
Have you asked the fire department what they thought about having to go through all of that to get, say the gym had a fire in it, I assume it's fully sprinklered, right? But, hey, it's worth the question. It's not sprinklered?
The existing gym?
Yes.
The existing is not. The new addition is sprinkled. The addition that was put on roughly 10 years ago is sprinkled, which is the east end of the building. The original gym is not sprinkled.
As a matter of my interest, if something, how would the fire trucks, do you come down Fenimore Lane and go in that entrance there?
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to go down Eagle Road and cut through the middle of the campus and the whole bit.
Well, no, you would have removable bollards here. They would still be able to get in there.
Oh, I feel a little better about that. Okay, now, what you have up, I mean, I know where you said that road is going to go. Would you just take your pencil and run along the road from where the new unit's going to be in that road up to where the parking lot is? Just show me the route, one time with your pen.
On this plan here?
Yeah.
Where the new road would be?
Yeah, from where the new, yeah.
It roughly comes here.
Okay. So that you don't have to go around everything else just to get up to that point. Okay, but that's gonna, all right.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Dan, you have an updated memo regarding this. It has dated March 31st, 2011. It has 10 items. Other than items 7 and 8, are all these items were on your previous memos? There's nothing new on these?
The one that was originally one is removed. That required some zoning information to be filled in on the table. They supplied a new zoning sheet with the numbers filled in, so that was removed. There was an item 10 previously that was actually a duplicate, and that's been removed.
Okay.
And item number 4 regarding stormwater, there was some updated information given to me about stormwater.
Okay.
So that's been adjusted.
Okay. Item 8, obviously, we just heard about item 8 and the feasibility of a connection road. And then, is there any, Mr. Cornelia or Mr. Malloy, is there any update on item 7, upgrading the intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle Road, other than your surveyors have been out there surveying?
Yeah, AEC's been out surveying, and we're looking at various alternatives right now, basically, is where it stands. So I don't think there's any real additional new update except to get a survey, because PennDOT is saying they really won't talk to us until we get a survey.
Okay, very good, thank you. With that, I will open it to public comment, limited to the matters that were discussed this evening, or any new matters that have previously not been discussed before this Planning Commission.
Hi, my name's Leslie Bose. I live at 1 Fenimore Lane, and I'm no stranger to all of you. I've been pretty much peppering you with these same comments. First of all, I want to say, you know, it's so we've been working on this since the last. We've been asking them to close this parking lot off since the last development that was done up on the corner of Eagle and King of Prussia Road. I really want to commend Eastern University. They have listened to the neighbors. They really have made an effort, and I really appreciate. I've been told 1,000 times it's too expensive, it can't be done. This looks like a solution that they really, are trying to accommodate the needs of the neighborhood, and I really appreciate it. We're now relying on the timing of PennDOT, and that's a tiny bit scary because we don't know when PennDOT is going to be responsive to all of this. We've got clearly what we can agree on is that there is a lot of growth going on at Eastern, and this little tiny, like, 10-house neighborhood should be insulated. We should keep the new traffic on state roads, and it looks like they really are making a good faith effort to find ways to do that. And to the extent that this can all be incorporated with the new traffic study and the left turn lanes, to the extent that you can tie all of this to any future new development, any further new development, it's crucial for this neighborhood. I mean, when the campus was developed and there was this sort of back door into campus, I think it was a much tinier, it was like 1975 or whatever, and it was a much tinier campus, and it has grown a lot and it continues to grow. This solution doesn't solve anything regarding pedestrian traffic, but frankly, from my perspective, if we can get the college students not driving up and down our roads, it makes a significant difference. So I would like to see some pinning down to the extent we can of when this is going to happen, because this was a topic in 2000, I don't have my year right, 6, when the last development went up. We have been sort of having a dialogue with Dr. Black and with Eastern about getting this closed off. I just want to express my gratitude to Eastern to sort of like having finally reflected and sort of seen what this does to our neighborhood. And this looks like a great plan. I'm only a tiny bit concerned because the timing seems a little nebulous. And to the extent we can kind of tie this together with the PennDOT study up at King of Prussia and Eastern before we allow for further development, that would be really good. So, again, thank you to Eastern for listening, and thank you to you guys for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bose.
Hi, I'm Colleen Price. I live on Shimoni Road, 352 Shimoni Road, and I totally agree with Leslie. We have had a lot of meetings with Eastern. this is a wonderful idea to close this off as a loop. And I can see there are a lot of people here from Eastern. I'm glad they're here because we want to work with them. We want them to grow. We just would like to keep them as much as we can out of our neighborhood. The vehicle access issue is awesome on that end. My access is still the pedestrians. 2,000, 4,000 people coming back and forth is no longer a residential neighborhood. That's what we're talking about. And I have, I guess, some other issues, and it does pertain to the parking because I did get a copy of their parking study. And I had some issues, and I talked to Matt about it, and he said he really wouldn't know the answer, that I would have to ask Eastern. And I guess the biggest one is the swim club, the turf fields, all these things that are leased out. They wrote a letter back to the township and said, basically, we don't have school in session when we're using those things, so you don't have to count them. It's almost duplicative. But from what I found, they have summer session that runs 2 different periods. It starts in May, runs through June, then it picks up again from July to August. So their school is still in session. They also gave all the neighbors a projection that they expect to go to 4,000 students within the next 9 years. Now, 2,300 will be on campus, and the other 1,700, they said, are some part of an online program and a master's program. So I've looked up the online master's program, and I actually have a friend who wants to take it, and she was told you have to come on campus. At least one, I think it's 4 times a weekend, 4 times a semester. So I looked it up, and it actually says in here they are running master's programs with residency details that are 22-month periods. They're in St. David's. You have to come 9 weekends starting April 2011. So we're talking about, I don't know, the potential of 1,700 people who are going to be here on weekends through the summer when the pool is full with 200 or 300 families. And all the facilities leased. So I don't see how you can really separate them. And I mean, that was something I wanted to see if we can get an answer from Eastern. But really, what's the extent of your summer program? How much is there really overlap? And what is sort of your idea of how this will flow? I also had a question, too, on, they said they had no dwellings for faculty. Now, I know faculty who live on campus. I know the Birtwhistles live there, and I know a couple other families live there. So I think that's a dwelling, and I think there's a different parking calculation for that. They said in the letter that there is no dwelling for faculty. As far as I know, there is. The other issue is the assembly halls. There is a Baird Hall. They open it up to the public lecture series. I mean, I have documents of all this if you'd like to see it. And they also are talking about Walton Hall, making it a 220-seat recital hall. Now, a recital hall to me is absolutely an assembly use. It's a performing arts center. I mean, you're not dancing in the dark. You're performing for somebody. So people are coming. Mom and dad are coming. So that's why I think that should be revisited as well. And they also said they were going to move their current dance program from, I think it's Workman Hall to Walton Hall. Well, Walton Hall's a whole lot bigger. So you added a couple of thousand square feet there, and they've just they have never put in any calculations as an assembly hall for Workman Hall, which is a performing arts dance studio. And they have not kicked it up when it goes over to Walton Hall. They basically said, Walton Hall was just going to be emptied when they moved over. So I wanted you to look at that as well. And the same thing with the restaurant. I mean, the letter that they wrote, they said that people can't get in unless they're accompanied by a student or employee or a staff member. And it's simply not true. I've been there twice in the last couple of months. I have receipts. You walk in, you're looking right at the security window. No one even thought it was odd that I'm there. I've seen tutors go in and meet students. I've seen people drop off their kids to the babysitter there. So there really is, at least on some level, a restaurant use. And I think the analogy I would make is if you had a corporate building and you had a cafeteria downstairs, yeah, primarily they serve the people in the corporate building, but if they have tables and chairs, other people can be there. And I think there should be at least some sort of percentage base on I think it's 72. They have an awful lot of seating there. And we know that they cross-register with Villanova, so saying that we're just accommodating our original student base, we don't. We know we've got more people come from Villanova. They've got to drive there, they've got to eat somewhere, and they're more than likely eating in this restaurant. So that was just how I think you should review parking. And, Matt had asked me to ask here because he doesn't have any more information other than what he was told in the letter. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up is, there's really like a common sense gap here. They're already 47 spaces short. We all know it. They went to the zoning hearing board. They testified to it. It's irrefutable. Then they tell us they already have a surplus of 40 spaces before they start. So, I think that's where the issue is. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Let's figure out what's coming in here. And, Eastern promotes that they believe in faith, hope, and reason. That's what they're all about. Well, let's have a little reason in this. If we are already short all these spaces, and we've been short these spaces for 5 years, you can't build a new building without addressing what the issues are, why you've been short for all this time, and how you're going to make that change. So, I mean, I'm sure they answer to a higher authority than the Planning Commission, and I would hope that they would take that seriously. And I hope that they continue to work with the neighbors. You know, we like Eastern. We don't have a problem with Eastern. We just would like them to come in general, you know, and stay as far away from the neighborhood as possible. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni. As a neighbor, I would like to hear answers to those questions. So if we can understand how those calculations are made and how that's done so that when you guys are making your decisions, you know what's out there. So can we actually hear the answers to those before I raise anything new?
That's actually out of our jurisdiction. I announced it at the beginning of this meeting. This commission has to rely on the zoning officer's determination. No further discussion. End of discussion.
So, but the zoning officer said he had particular issues with this. So am I misunderstanding that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, if Mr. Keneally wants to talk about the issues with the current uses, the summer programs, I mean, for the record, I mean, I don't have an issue with that, but it's your call, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Peroni and everyone in the audience, this board does not have the authority to make zoning decisions. We cannot interpret the zoning code. We do not have that authority. Mr. Solicitor?
But if there's information that's
Ms.
not
Peroni,
out there.
I asked the solicitor. Thank you.
Yes, no, that is correct. Interpretations first go to the zoning officer. If someone disagrees with the zoning officer's interpretation, if they have standing, they can then appeal that determination to the zoning hearing board. They're the final say as far as strictly interpreting zoning questions.
When the plan is reviewed by Matt Bauman during the subdivision and advisory committee, he reviews it at the zoning officer, and he makes a determination of whether this plan complies with the parking calculations as per our zoning code. And we're bound by that decision?
Are you bound by that decision?
Yes. Do we have the authority to question his decision?
You certainly can ask questions and investigate those decisions. Push comes to shove, ultimately it's his decision that stands. It's his decision, you know, the municipality's planning codes places that authority into him. But that doesn't mean you can't ask questions or ask for an explanation or read the zoning ordinance yourself and determine whether or not you agree with it. But ultimately, as you said, the authority is his to make that determination. That's the final determination, and that determination is then appealed to the zoning hearing board if there's any question.
That's terrific, because my understanding is that Mr. Bauman did have some questions with these particular uses and had asked to get answers, which I would think is very pertinent for you guys to know. I mean, obviously, he's got to just look at what's here, but he had some follow-up questions. So I think that for you guys to make a determination, if he had questions, you should have that information. I mean, nobody wants to go back and forth and be sued. That's not what's in anybody's interest. It's just get the information out there and, you know, get some answers. So, you know, if you would indulge the community, Mr. Rhodes, and allow Mr. Bauman to ask those questions and get answers, given that there is reasonable issues that have been brought up, you know, as a member of the community and the neighborhood, I would certainly appreciate, you know, if they say none of that's true and we have this evidence, then that's totally cool. You know, but it would be nice to have that information out there, and I would appreciate it if you could consider indulging the conversation, since Mr. Bauman did ask Mr. Keneally for this information. So it would be nice, because it's not information you currently have.
Okay. Mr. Keneally, if Mr. Bauman asks you questions, would you be willing to engage in the dialogue?
Certainly. I believe I've given Matt all the information that we have, but if he has questions, that's fine. A couple of things I'm going to bring out, though. In 2010, I keep on hearing 4,000. I don't know where that number comes from. We have 1,528 students on the St. David's campus. I mean, that's not just resident students, that's everybody. So I'm not aware of where 4,000 comes from. That's been in our plan. It's been in every plan that we've given the township. It's been in our long-range development plan. So again, that number, I'm not certain where it comes from at all. As to a couple of the questions, one, the swimming club actually has been closed to the public starting this year. Eastern, again, since the neighbors have been complaining about it, the swimming club will not be open to the public this year. The letter's already been sent out to the members saying it is not open to the public. There was a number of community people who were members of that swim club, but unfortunately it's going to be closed. As to, I believe there was a question regarding athletic or regarding faculty housing, and my understanding is if someone lives on campus or living in a dormitory, David, is there another?
People who Mrs. Price referenced are resident directors, they're not faculty.
Okay, they're RAs. Yeah. RDs, resident directors, okay. And so that's already calculated in the dormitory room calculation. As has been mentioned before, the athletic fields are used when Eastern is generally, they're used at night by outside groups when Eastern's not conducting, when their general undergraduate classes are not there. They're used on weekends when the general undergraduate classes aren't there. We've responded to all Mr. Bauman's questions on this, and as a result, he came up with the calculations he's come up with.
May I ask a question?
Hold on, Doug.
Thank you.
Let me keep this to Mr. Keneally and Mr. Bauman for right now. Do you have any other questions?
I
Matt?
do, Mr. Rhodes. Number 6, the gymnasium that Ms. Price brought up. Can you just verify that you've double-checked the calculations? The gymnasium has a fixed seating capacity of 473. There are no bleachers. Is there anything movable? Are there anything of that?
Yeah, it's bleachers, Matt. It's bleachers, 473.
But that's a fixed seating capacity
That's
of
fixed
473, the bleachers, even though they
Right.
come in and out?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, fully extended is 473.
473, okay. Now, with respect to number 3, the assembly halls, are there any assembly halls, because the code it adds for, or it dictates there's a wide variety of calculations. In fact, that there's movable seats. In fact, let me grab the code here in 28103. So there's for theater, auditorium, stadium, and assembly hall, gymnasium, community rec center, 1 space per 4 fixed seats. And also in the largest assembly room or area for each, 40 square feet of floor area available for the accommodation of movable seats. And that's really the kind of the question. I just need to understand better if there's movable seats in there, and what's the calculation we're using in this?
And again, I think this information was provided to Mr. Bauman. And this is the response, we've double-checked our calculation. There's only 1 assembly hall on campus, which is the auditorium McGinnis Hall. The auditorium has a fixed seating capacity of 283. The parking requirement would be 1 space per 4 seats, or 71 seats, which is included in our calculations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that conversation. So I guess as part of the condition then, these turf fields and these softball fields then would not be used, I mean, school is still in session, so I didn't really understand that answer because, we live near there and there's people coming and going all the time. So, and they're rented out to other community members. So, Matt, if they're rented out, is that something that is then calculated as a recreational use, or is that part of theirs? How does that work?
Yeah, unfortunately, again, our code, I think, is just so, it's gray in that it's hard to determine exactly where I would place, as the zoning officer, the exact parking number on that. Is it for students during the day? Is it for use at night or the summer? Is it both? I'm not really sure where that stands, to be honest with you.
Okay. So my last question has to do with the hydrological study. It's such a gorgeous campus with all these wetlands and this beautiful waterways. If Do you know if there's going to be a hydrological study requested, which I understand as part of land development, we can request that since they're so close, like where this is being built. I mean, I walked it, and it's surrounded by a creek. So, is that something that can be done as a result of, it's my understanding as part of the code that that's something that can be requested.
Mr. Malloy?
Mr. Malloy?
They submitted a stormwater study. I mean, I have a comment about that, and as I mentioned earlier, they've updated that since our last meeting with some additional information.
Is that the same as a hydrological study? Would that be something that talks about, because I know they had all the runoff issues onto King of Prussia Road, and that was a big issue, and so does it warrant a hydrological study?
They're required under under the land development and subdivision code and our stormwater code to do a stormwater study, which involves doing a hydrologic study, determining what exists on campus now and what exists or what is proposed, and determining the amount of runoff from the new development.
So that is something you already have in your possession, so I could request that, and you already have a hydrological study?
Yep.
Terrific. Okay, thank you, and Mr. Rhodes, thank you for indulging the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Peroni.
I just have one follow-up. I think, Matt, when they were talking about a dwelling, does it matter whether it's an RA or resident advisor or faculty? If there are people living there in, a house with their own kitchen, isn't that a dwelling that requires different parking?
In terms of a definition of dwelling unit, it is a building or entirely self-contained portion thereof containing complete housekeeping facilities, including not more than one kitchen used exclusively for the residence of one family.
Okay.
Mr. Keneally, is there a family residing in any of these dwelling units?
My understanding, they're dormitory rooms. I don't know. They're apartments? They're apartment style? They're apartment style? Which is one per dorm.
Three apartments.
But again, colleges all have apartment style rooms now. I don't know.
Not with their own
Would it be
kitchen. I
different?
think that's the difference.
No, every college I'm aware of has apartment style rooms with
I
kitchens
hope my
now.
daughter gets her own kitchen.
Oh,
but
they
I
will.
don't think
They're
so.
switching to senior, or junior. Not for freshmen, I don't think.
And I don't mean to contradict Nick, but the Carl and Eastern, Dr. Black handed us calculations of 4,000 students, 2,300 within the next 9 years, and 1,700. I mean, I don't make the numbers up. They handed it to us as a projection, just to clarify that. The St. David's campus, yes, it is. I'm looking at it.
This is 4,000. This is total. That's 4,000
No,
total.
it's 76, 78
That's total, right? But look, you have 2,800 in Africa, South America, and Asia. Here's the St. David's, right here.
I know, Nick, you just told me we had 1,500 on campus. I have your five-year
Yeah,
plan.
right
You
here,
said
15.
1,900. I've got it right here. Would anyone like to see the five-year plan that says 1,900 students? I mean, that's part of it. Then it's just the numbers never make sense.
Okay,
We need them to add up.
My understanding is 1,500 undergraduates, and you have graduate and part-time people. And
All right, I'll
I
show
don't
you
know if someone
page
else
3
is.
of your own
David,
plan.
let David come up. Let Dr. Black come up and address it.
I have it right here, and I'd love to hand you,
Okay.
probably, and they say they have 1,900 students on the
David.
St. David's.
Absolutely.
Okay. David, if you just want to address that.
David Black from Eastern. We have 1,528 traditional undergraduate students. We have another couple of hundred, depending on the term, grad students who commute to campus. Our five-year plan that we've not kept under our sleeve for anyone is to grow by a few students in each of those programs each year over the next 5 years, but principally to grow by creating an online division that's not the course Mrs. Price referenced. Those are hybrid courses that we've been teaching now. 750 students enrolled in Eastern take those courses, which are partially online, partially on site at either St. David's or one of 21 other sites. The 1,400 referenced in the plan is a complete new division of Eastern that is entitled to be totally online. So I'm sorry that's been confusing, but so you got the hybrid program that exists And then the new program that we're planning is the 1,400 online. 1,528 traditional undergrads, another 200 or so any given term, what we call adult learners, although the traditional undergrads are very much adults who commute to and from the campus one night a week or on weekends. Okay. May I clarify anything else?
If I could ask for clarification.
Yes.
The 1528,
Yes.
is that undergrad?
Those are undergrads.
Undergrad,
yes.
okay.
And 1,180 of whom live.
Okay.
1,200 of whom live.
And then you said your hybrid program is 750?
Some of those undergrads are in it. Some of the other students who are in what we call the Campolo College of Grad and Professional Studies, which are working adults, are also in it. And they study at St. David's and 21 other places.
What percentage of those are not undergrad students?
In the hybrid courses?
Right.
I think some of the undergrads are also in the Campolo College. I don't want.
How many different names are on your roster?
Yeah, the 750 names are included in the total enrollment of the university. I'd have to guess 125 or 50 of them are from the 15.
I'm trying to figure out what your enrollment actually is, not mattering whether it's graduate, hybrid, or whatever.
Across the whole university
Yes.
and all of its sites, it's about 4,200 students.
How about at St.
But at St. David's.
Well, yeah, let's just talk about at St. David's.
At St. David's, right now, it's under 1,800. We want to grow it by 100 over the next 3 to 5 years.
So in the next, let's say in 5 years, where do you anticipate being?
1,900.
1,900? Okay. Now, it has been mentioned at a previous meeting, not yet at this one, that you're going to be moving the seminary,
Yeah. And
that's approximately 300?
No, we've tried to make that clear at every public meeting, but it's easy to be confused on that one. The seminary at Wynwood has 307 students, two-thirds of whom are part-time, interning in urban parishes. They are not going to come to St. David's because we combine study and in-parish field experience. We think there will never be more than 90 Palmer Seminary students. And that right now there are 87 Palmer Seminary students doing their field experience in parishes in the suburbs. Those students would be most likely to take courses at St. David's. But Palmer's an urban seminary, and it will remain principally so.
How many students are registered from Villanova?
This semester, there may be one student in the astronomy program. There are never more than 3.
Okay.
And then we have an agreement with Villanova that they will take 10 of our students in their engineering programs.
So it's minimal at this point?
Yes.
Yeah. How about Cabrini? Are there any cross classes with Cabrini?
We have an agreement that there can be. I don't believe this semester there are, but there might be a handful. Some semesters there are, but it's never more than 3 to 5.
Okay. And what is...
and we have a couple of students who do ROTC at Valley Forge on occasion.
Okay. What is the total number of parking spots that will be available after this is built out? You've probably mentioned it somewhere along the line.
I know
but-
currently, let me go to Karen on that. I know currently it's, 1082,
Thank you.
I think.
Currently, there's 1,082, not counting the parking that would be added for the inner loop road. We would have 1,092.
Okay.
I thought that was going to be a net of 8, plus 8. You just mentioned 10.
Not
plus 10.
counting the parking for this loop road, the number is 1,092.
Where did the additional 10 come from?
You're building a new lot up in front of the Eagle Learning Center,
That's going to bring a net of plus 10.
a net of plus 10.
Okay, great.
One other question I had, I'm sorry. What's the total number of employees and/or staff? Approximate?
Really, the concern would be peak. I don't know. I don't know, David, if you know that.
May I get
Sure,
a correct
please.
number and send
Yeah.
it to you? Because I'm.
Well, ballpark.
I know, again, counting all the 22 sites.
No, we're talking about just this site.
Yeah, well, I never look at it for that, but I would cheerfully get it and send it to you.
50, 100?
Oh, no, more. We have 94 full-time faculty at St. David's, and probably that many more of us who don't teach. But I just don't want to make up a number.
All right. This report that was handed out was just pointed out to me on the 5-year plan. It says there are 450 faculty members that work on the St. David's campus.
Yeah, but that includes, remember, we have this huge evening program.
Right.
In which people who work elsewhere teach one, because they're practitioners, they come and teach one night, so they're part-time. The
So we could say-
full-time faculty is 94
All right.
at St. David's.
Could we say that maybe 200 of them would be there during the day? In the way of
Faculty and
employees,
staff,
maintenance?
I think we could.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm arriving at is that you seem very short on parking. And I know you might be correct as far as code goes, but from a practical standpoint, I would tend to agree that.
Kathy, we've actually done a parking study on available parking spaces. Karen, do we have additional copies of this?
Well, my
This study-
point is, and maybe we don't have all the information we need to actually figure this out, and maybe this is something that should be looked at more carefully, tying in with future plans, maybe not necessarily hold up this. I hope that's not me. At this point, but I think there is enough data here that is somewhat questionable that we do need to look into it somehow, and maybe the zoning officer needs to delve into it a little more and get specific numbers.
As we've done a parking study on available parking spaces at peak times of the day, which is from, for example, 11 to noon, 9:30 to 10:30, and it was done at 11:30 to 12:30 on 4 separate days, March 17th, March 25th, March 28th, and March 29th. And the lowest number of available parking spaces during that period of time was 122.
Okay, that wasn't during spring break, was it?
No, it's not during
Okay.
spring break.
Just checking.
Mark, I just have one pretty straightforward math question. Dr. Black, you all are planning on increasing the number of seats in the new student center in the dining area by 60%, and you're not planning on hiring even one more employee to manage that space? You have the same number of employees in a seating area that's increasing by 60% of the number of seats you have.
I don't know if we remember that seating areas have been increased because people wait at lunchtime, so we're trying to get everybody in there at once during lunchtime. And now, is there even a
I was thinking
calculation?
bussing the tables, cleaning the
Is there a
dishes.
calculation on I don't think
Not
so.
one. Your student workers. Got it.
Yeah, normally at college camps, you may know, you go into like a conveyor belt and you put your plate or tray on a conveyor belt and it goes into the, so there's really no busing.
I know how it works. I was questioning an increase of 60% of the number of seats, and nobody anticipates even one more employee. That's great workforce, I guess.
I mean,
Well, there'll be more student workers. Okay, they're students. They're there.
Okay. Is there any further? You can get your stuff. Absolutely. Public comment? Limited to parking, Loop Road, and new items?
Yes, I'm Jim Schneller. I've never commented on this before, so I thank you for the opportunity.
and I'll limit it to new material. And I have residents within 5,000 feet, and also simply utilize King of Prussia, Eagle, and Chamonix and Fairview constantly. And I commend Eastern on the beauty of their campus at present. I simply wanted to mention that I think as a larger issue, you have a great opportunity here to implement the comprehensive plan, to give it the punch that it needs, and to maybe finally put your foot down with Eastern. I think that the projections of 500 more students for the next 5 years, or however moderate it seems, is underestimated. And I'm disappointed that the size of this student center, which is a clear indicator of a major change to our township, is simply being treated as a feasible development. I think this is beyond the feasible. And just as one small example, I believe that changes to the intersection at King of Prussia and Eagle indicate that Eastern thinks there's going to be some major traffic, much more than it is simply a solution. More so, King of Prussia is at high saturation many times of the day, and it's something that's in need of an overall study as to traffic quantities. And then as new fact in that regard, I believe that the issues that are arising and looming regarding the former Valley Forge property prohibit your action pending the resolution of that. And I think that the township should prohibit any growth here. We now have the outstanding example of the fact that any growth towards South Wayne is now going to directly influence and affect Beechtree and Walnut. And I have a strong feeling that there's going to be some big decisions to be made. And on a more technical basis, I question the fact that wetlands immediately to the east, and to my thinking, these are long-standing wetlands. They're just to the east of the proposed location of this student center. They're an indicator of wetlands that formerly existed where the baseball field is. And I claim with much caution and reservation that the wetlands existed where the baseball field is. I'd ask a look into that particular proceeding, whether it went to zoning, whether it went to planning, and whether they should not be returned to their former state. Because it is an unusual land configuration, and Radnor is very unusual in its landscape because of the amount of bogs and wetlands. And I apologize myself if I seem too concerned about it, but it's in the law, it's in the municipal code, and frankly, rerouting a stream at some prior time, I don't think has paved the way for your instant rubber stamp of any plan. I'd ask you especially to look at the DEPA approvals, and I question whether the maps have the current floodplain delineation and whether your calculations as to riparian buffer are anywhere near the 35 feet. And certainly there is no standing, or I think it could be enforced in retrospect, or certainly with this huge intrusion, a baseball field does not allow any precedent in that respect. And also, just as a technical issue, I'm wondering if the neighboring townships downstream were informed about these changes. I think Upper Marion and West Conshohocken have to be informed under Section 280, I think it's 81. Oh no, 131D. And all of these sections were recently re-implemented and reiterated, therefore, by the changes under the new floodplain ordinance just this past meeting, I think, or 2 Board of Commissioner meetings ago. So ultimately, is Radnor going to maintain its residential character? This is a huge fulcrum turning point. Let's take it for the serious issue it is. If South Wayne goes, so goes Wayne's reputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneller.
Thank you. My question was regarding Walton Hall, and once the new building is built, my understanding is Walton Hall is calculated as office buildings. Is that correct? Like as in, like office space, or? Can you just point that out to me where, that in the new calculations, it's just supposed to be?
It's
There's some
right here.
office.
Yeah, there's office and administration. See right here
Mm-hmm.
on page 3.
Mm-hmm.
It shows how much is office, how much is administration, and what's remaining classroom.
Okay, so my understanding, because I've been to meetings there, that the assembly uses are not calculated. So then, which are obviously much more dense. I went to a meeting there were probably 70-some people in the room, and the parking calculation is much more stringent for that. To protect, again, this parking issue, is it possible for you guys to put conditions down and say, this is approved based on X use in Walton Hall, or so that later we can't turn that into an assembly use because they're big, large, it's I think 8,000 square feet. So is there a way that we can make that conditioned upon that so that we know that that's not the way it's used in the future? And then the second point is that on that south lot, we know they're short parking spaces. They were renting them from Valley Forge, and they currently still need those. So however I think your point is well taken, however they're calculated, maybe it meets zoning, maybe it doesn't meet zoning, but we know we're short spaces. So the reality is, there's a ton of cars parked on South Lot, so they're there for some reason. So it'd be interesting, can we make that a condition? So is that an agreeable condition to protect what happens to Walton Hall?
I mean, what happened, if Walton Hall is going to be modified into Assembly Hall, they would have to go for a permit to Mr. Bauman to do that, and then he would ask how many parking spaces are you applying for Walton Hall's new auditorium, and Eastern would have to provide the requisite amount of parking spaces. So,
Classrooms.
yeah, there's classrooms in the building now. Yes, sir.
Any further public comment? Mr. Blackney?
Kevin Blackney, Walnut Avenue. I've commented on this before. I think it's good to hear people come up and talk about how Eastern has worked with the neighbors enough to create a plan where some neighbor at the beginning was very angry, but was able to say that Eastern has gone a long way to make the plan better for traffic and things of that nature. I know you've heard about Eastern coming forward and meeting with the neighbors. I happen to believe, based on conversations that Dr. Black has had with the neighbors, that Eastern wants to be a good neighbor with us and work with us, and I think they've responded to all the very good comments that everybody has said moving forward. I am hopeful, Kathy, as you are, as we move forward, that additional studies and working together with Eastern on all these issues will create a good plan for not just the main campus, but also, I think, what they're calling the West Campus. I'm personally, based on all these previous meetings and discussions that I've seen, feel confident they'll move forward, and it will be good planning will occur because of Eastern and because of all the neighbors' comments. So,
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Okay. With that, take it back to the Planning Commission members for internal discussion.
As the planning code is now, or excuse me, the parking code is now, what they're presenting, at least under the stuff that it does meet the code, is that right?
Correct.
So even if we don't like it, the reality is that if we want to improve the parking situation mandatorily, either we get them to agree to it voluntarily or we change the zoning code. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, then when are we going to work on the zoning code? We've been talking about it for a while.
Well, aren't we in the process of hiring somebody to work on the zoning code?
We've been, there's been interviews to bring in a planning company, and one of the deficits is clearly parking. Ironically, parking calculations are based on residential students, and it's the commuters and the part-timers and the nights and the weekends who bring the cars and bring the traffic, and that's, we can't hold, much as, no offense, much as I would like to, we can't hold you responsible for our deficient parking code. And we know that. And that's a real evolution of college campuses in Radnor that we're seeing. What used to be quiet, residential, sleepy little campuses are now bustling commuter places. But we can't hold them accountable for that. We have to change it. But we did, there was a group of people looking and having a planner come in to help rewrite some of
I
the.
realize that, but what I'm thinking is, we know that certain areas are really deficient more than others. Could we, or somebody, a committee that the commissioners might appoint, take one section of that and just work on that and temporarily enact it until we get somebody in here to go over the whole works? Because even if we hired somebody tomorrow, you're probably looking a year and a half out before anything would really be enacted. So I think if perhaps the zoning officer could take a look at maybe certain areas that you feel are very much deficient, and let's take a shot at it, see what we can do.
We tried that like a year and a half ago. We formed a committee.
Okay, that
doesn't.
Can we hold that for new business?
Sure.
Sure.
Let's
Yep.
get back to the application at hand here. We can deal with that in new business when we get to it. Internal discussion amongst commission members on the new items and new information given to the applicant.
My only comment is that this is what we can make a difference with tonight, is asking them to do the loop road now. That's where I feel like we can make a difference here, because most of it, we can't, it's out of our hands right now.
Okay. Any other comments?
I think they made a good faith effort in doing that, and I think they are responding to the needs of the neighborhood.
Is there any thought that we should comment on the King of Prussia intersection at this point, or does everyone prefer to wait until we have more?
Well, I think they don't have really anything more to offer us from their studies at this point in time. And
All right.
previously, the motion was that they are to the plan includes upgrading the intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle Roads in accordance with one of the three proposed configurations or equivalent optimization of the level of service of the intersection. We are at preliminary, and obviously that can be done during their charge towards final. And obviously that's going to have a lot to do with the commissioners and Dan and Matt Bauman. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. We still have a motion to rescind and a second to that motion to rescind on the table. We can move forward possibly, and we can have discussion on that. We can move forward with that, or we can move forward with an amendment, or however this commission wants to move forward.
I'd be willing to pull back my motion and bring it forward again as a motion to amend our recommendation. That would, let me just look at the wording here. That, number 8, that we ask Eastern University to provide a plan in conjunction and as a condition of the Student Union Center, a plan to connect the parking lot to Eagle Road or the main campus, enabling the closure of the entrance at Fenimore Lane.
Question on that. You want them just to present a plan or make a commitment to implement the plan?
That they move forward on the plan, that they complete a plan to close the gymnasium parking lot.
Okay. Would you do me a favor?
Sure.
And restate
Sure.
the entire motion?
Yes. I would amend the motion to say that Eastern University, I'm struggling for the word here, Eastern University connect the gymnasium parking lot to Eagle Road or to the main campus, enabling the closure of the entrance at Fenimore Lane.
Second.
Okay, do we have any more discussion? So basically, the motion would remain the same as previous. The recommendation would remain the same as previously. The only difference in the recommendation would be to number 8, which would provide, as Susan has just stated, and that portion would be the only portion amended.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry.
would you like to reference the plan that was actually presented tonight as part of that motion?
Yes, absolutely. So whatever the date of that plan was, if you have a copy of it.
Would you just, to, what was the actual, I mean, as I remember, the motion that we were talking about is the one that's here on the bottom of the minutes.
Yes.
Not necessarily the one that appears on Dan's memo.
That includes our conditions. That memo includes our conditions.
It also includes the conditions, yeah.
That we approved last month.
So you're just amending the break.
All right.
So I guess the completion of that sentence would be the closure of the entrance at Fenmore Lane with the plan dated, I don't know the date of this plan, but presented April 4th, 2011. Do you have a date for that plan?
That's all right.
Or plan number, I don't know how you
Actually,
reference
the
it.
date on the plan is March 14th.
March 14th. Is there any other referencing distinction?
No.
Okay. So proposed, no, that's not even it. All right.
So it's
Dated March 14th, 2011, and presented to the Planning Commission April 4th, 2011.
Mark, can I comment, or
Yep.
should I?
Yes.
Just on that, remember, we need DEP approval, and I would ask that Eastern proceed with that the motion be something effective, Eastern proceed with the plan, proceed with all due diligence with DEP approval and all due diligence with completion, because remember, we do need DEP approval, for it.
And when you say completion, you mean construction?
Construction, yeah.
Basically, what I believe Mr. Cornelia wants is he wants them to be able to proceed with this new student union center prior to receiving full approvals for the new roadway to be constructed in there, because the new roadway going through DEP, I know the engineer referenced a year, but good luck at that.
I have one quick question. Would Eastern be willing to represent that if for any reason DEP denies them access on the proposed route, that they would pursue the alternate route, which I know has some power poles in it and maybe another DEP set of issues? But
Sure. We want to
close Fenimore.
close Fenimore. I mean, that's the idea, is to close Fenimore.
So what is, I'm sorry, I'm a stickler for words here. What's the exact motion?
Well, this is what happened last month, why it got sticky.
I mean, this
Mark,
is
I'll
public
look to you
record,
for
isn't it?
guidance on
We
the
also,
wording.
we have to address their plan has to include the 6 additional parking spaces that you referenced in the retail at that point. Is it, we needed 6 more?
I think it's one, actually. It's one additional.
Okay.
But it's one additional, because we were, remember the calculation was we were over
Okay.
by 5.
But it will comply with the new.
Wait, but point of clarification, the connection road has 8 more spaces as a
Correct.
result of it, if it succeeds.
So one at the retail and 8.
But it may not be,
In time for this.
Exactly.
Correct.
Okay. So the motion is to amend the prior recommendation that Eastern College proceed in all due diligence manner in providing the road as depicted on the March 14th plan, showing the new loop road and closing the loop road and closing off the Fenimore Lane and Fairview Road access. And that the land development should not be held up due to their inability to complete the approval process because of their approval processes through the respective governmental entities. And then also that they comply with the new parking calculations as evidenced by Mr. Bauman's discussion with Mr. Cornelia this evening. And then all other terms and conditions of the prior recommendation remain the same.
That's
So
my amendment, yes.
that's the
That's my
amendment.
motion. Poor
You
Sue.
you said it wonderfully, and I might say that.
I did initially, not so much anymore, but poor Sue.
Second?
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 Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
I abstain. Motion carries. Okay. Next on our agenda is the recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, KMO-361 Realty Associates LLC. I believe Mr. Brosman is here with his client. Again, for people who came in late, just for the last, and I just want to make sure everyone isn't disappointed, but for the last thing on our agenda, the Bentley Homes project, that is here for only a sketch plan, and there is no public comment for the Bentley Home sketch plan. So if anyone has a speech prepared, unfortunately, we're not going to hear it tonight, but that's the policy of this commission.
Can I address that point, please?
You're more than welcome to address that point, Mr. Schneller.
I wanted to clarify your policy at this point, because at the Board of Commissioners, the past 3 meetings, there's been discrepancies, nothing opposed, but is there now, has caucus been formally, as far as the BOC, I guess I shouldn't be asking you, but
shouldn't be asking me.
Their caucuses have been changed now to preliminary reviews, and they've included public comment. I'm wondering what a sketch plan is here. Is that preliminary to a preliminary?
The sketch plan is a preliminary to a preliminary, you're right. The applicant is coming in for feedback from the Planning Commission, and they've received feedback from staff. That is what that is here. They're here for, exactly. Sorry, Mr. Brosman. Your mic.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman. I represent KMO 361 Realty Associates that owns the St. David Square Shopping Center. We were before you on February 7th, many of you may recall, in connection with a request for a recommendation from you to partially modify a 1991 Declaration of Covenants that applies to the property until the year 2016. So we're not here with any land development, and normally Radnor Township would not be involved with declaration of covenants. That's usually a private matter, but this particular declaration of covenants was entered into in 1991, and Radnor Township is the sole beneficiary of that covenant, and that covenant provides that it may be modified upon approval by Radnor Township. So that's why we're in front of you. We had been in front of the Board of Commissioners on this in January after having met with Township staff, and the commissioners referred it to the Planning Commission, and then we were before you in February at your February meeting, and there were a good number of folks that had come out for that meeting, and at the Planning Commission suggestion, we have spent a lot of time talking to people. We asked that the application be tabled at that time, and we want to bring you up to date on where we are. As you'll recall, and we have a PowerPoint that we'll go through, as you recall, this comes about because there's an opportunity to add a freestanding bank pad at the property, and the owners have asked for modifying the covenant to also allow an addition not to exceed 5,000 square feet to one of the buildings. Based on preliminary engineering, we believe that such a proposal would comply with all of the township codes, and we would meet the applicable zoning and subdivision and land development ordinances. But we have this declaration that says that not until the year 2016 could there be any additional square footage added to the property. And there were some other covenants that were adopted. So we're here before you seeking your recommendation just as to whether the commissioners should agree to modify the covenant to allow some additional square footage to be built before the year 2016. There's also one other covenant that says that there should be no outdoor speakers at the properties. We're seeking a partial modification of that because we believe the bank would have a drive-through facility, and a drive-through facility does have a microphone to allow the people to communicate with the tellers inside. But we've put in language in the draft covenant that any such speakers would be limited just to that, and that they would have to not disturb any of the neighbors. We're not here with any land development plans yet. We don't know if those land development plans would be approved, although we believe we could come forward with plans that would comply with the ordinance. But what I'm trying to make clear is that if we get you a recommendation to modify this covenant in this limited way, and then if we get that recommendation from the Board of Commissioners, then it will be incumbent upon the owners to file a land development plan to show that additional square footage, and that'll go through the process that you're used to going through, and we'll be back in front of you with the actual specifics of that, and we would need to get that approved by the commissioners as well. So I think the question really should be is, provided that these proposed improvements that we're asking for would otherwise be approved by the township during the land development and permitting process, is there any planning reason why they should be delayed until after the 2016 expiration of the declaration? That's sort of my take on it. We did do a lot of community outreach on this project, probably more than I've ever done for a project that would involve not more than 10,000 square feet of new building on an already developed shopping center in a place that's zoned for that. We did, the owners did also hire a registered landscape architect, Bern Panzak, who's here with us this evening, because a lot of the concerns we had, quite frankly, had to do with landscaping. So they, after that last meeting, they hired Bern to go out and look at the site himself, take a fresh look at it. He's met with some of the neighbors who live close by, along with the property owners, and he's come up with a concept plan that I submitted to Dan Malloy last week. A lot of the neighbors have already seen, and I'll have Bern go through that with you. We've reviewed the proposals with many of the individual neighbors. As I said, we've held 2 separate community meetings. We sent over mailings on a township list that we got to over 200 addresses each time for the community meetings. And all of this outreach has resulted in a concept plan where we would be proposing that if the covenant is modified, that KMO, the owner, would agree that on any land development plan that would come forward, that these additional enhancements that have been discussed with the neighbors and that we'll present to you must be shown on the land development plan and must go through the process. Now, we can't control whether you or the township would approve them all, but we would place right in the covenant, if it were to be modified, that all of these enhancements would be part of any land development plan for either the bank or the addition. We have our team here. Ryan Guheen, who you may remember, is with the owner. He has spent a lot of time. He's been the man kind of meeting with the people individually. Bern Panzak, who I introduced you to, and Rob Lambert is the civil engineer on this project, and he's worked closely with Bern in developing the plans that we're going to show you. How do I turn this, Bern? This is just an aerial. You're all familiar with the area, but it basically shows the shopping center and some of the surrounding area. I went the wrong way. This is a plan that Bern did that basically shows the existing conditions as they stand there today, and he can describe that to you a little more. And at this point, if there are no questions for me, I'd like to have Bern come up and go through this existing conditions plan and then go through the enhancement plan that we have come up with working with the neighbors. Again, asking you to remember that we're showing the concept plan, but we will, if we get this modification, we'll be back with those details on a real engineered plan as part of a land development process. So if there are no questions for me, I'm going to ask Bern to walk you through this.
Thank you, George. Bern Panzak, Glack and Thomas Panzak. We're landscape architects and planners, as George mentioned. One thing on it, okay, good. We've got the PowerPoint on both screens. That's what I was interested in. Just wanted to, for orientation purposes, walk you through the plan quickly. This piece right here, Lancaster Avenue, of course, Ivan Avenue to the east of the site, Radnor Crossing Apartments to the south or to the west, and St. David's Park condominiums along the western or northwestern border here. Radnor Financial Center, Radnor Hotel, up in the upper right-hand corner. As George mentioned, we've had several meetings with neighbors, and we appreciate the comments that they've brought forward. We use them in our concept development, and we think as a result of those meetings, it's a better plan for having met. And what we did initially, in addition to meeting with the neighbors, was to go out and do a site analysis that's commensurate with the level of planning that we're at this point. And we simply inventoried the existing landscaping in and around the shopping center. And what you see in front of you here is representative, we believe, of what does exist. And I think one of the things that was evident to me as I walked around was the willingness on part of the owner to do replacement trees. Many of the islands in the front and around the site are of somewhat limited square footage. I think there were trees that have been planted there throughout the course of time, and I believe that because of some of those limited sizes, some of the older mature trees have died and have been replaced. So there's evidence of a lot of replacement trees, small trees, but replacements nonetheless throughout the parking lot. And I think, having reviewed previous landscape plans, it was evident that there were also, a good many of the plants that were on those landscape plans. I could identify them, and there were certain ones, particularly in this area along the eastern area along Ivan Avenue, and some gaps in the existing material that was proposed in the western corner of the site. What we came up with was a plan that put into effect the owner's desire to have about a 5,000 square foot bank building in this location. That bank would be positioned mainly over existing parking area. Some of the drive-through lanes and pass-by would be on existing pervious surfaces. Again, another roughly 5,000 square foot building adjacent to an existing building would be proposed in the northwest corner of the site in this area here. And as I mentioned, in walking the property and identifying areas where landscaping needed to be infilled, as we look across the eastern property line along Ivan Avenue, we proposed gap infill here, all along this side, where appropriate, to whether it would be shrub level development or trees. And then moving around to the lower part of the site, again, where there were significant adjacent neighbors, we felt that we would be well served by adding some additional plantings here, wrapping around the corner, meeting with several neighbors in and around all of these residential properties. We've come up with this perimeter plan. Another part of this plan that's significant is how we've addressed the Gennardi's loading zone. And today, if I can just go back to this plan, today there's a very open parking plan with multiple entrances off of the western drive entry lane. In the proposal, we plan to close off two of those entrance points, and we believe will make this plan much more, the flow of this plan much more logical for the truckers and delivery people that will be arriving at the site. So the plan is that as delivery vehicles come off of Route 30, we would like to encourage them to enter through this eastern entranceway, work their way up, work their way around this parking lot, and to work their way through this in a clockwise fashion to be able to pull in here, pull up, and then back in one easy motion. And then likewise, they would be in a position to exit the site in the same way, moving this way, again clockwise, and hopefully turning right and going down to Lancaster and moving east or west, depending on their destination.
I'd like to also say we've improved the radiuses also around all of the curbs so that the trucks can actually make those turns much easier than they currently are.
Mr. Penza, could you just repeat that for?
Oops.
I was just saying that we've improved the radiuses around all of the planted areas and all the curbings so that the trucks are much more easily able to make that clockwise motion, and so that improves the flow of truck traffic in that area.
And I think it's easy to see once we compare this loading zone area to the proposal. As Ryan was saying, this radius right here it accommodates the largest vehicles that would be delivering quite easily. And then again, as part of the buffering concept, which was very important to the adjacent neighbors, was to somehow compartmentalize the activity that's going on in this area. We were able to add a fair amount of landscaping on the western edge of this in combination with the initial buffer and really the most important buffer, which is along the property line. If you're familiar with this site, this happens to be elevated quite high above the loading zone area, so the most significant buffering would be along the property line. This happens to just be a supplemental buffer along this side, and we would be adding some additional upright street trees in that area in an attempt to really provide a layering of the buffer effect. And I think the rest of the plan relative to the parking area is the same concept. It's really trying to introduce greenery into this parking area. Our idea would be to take some of the oversized parking spaces that exist now and to try and to put them to township standard, and in doing so, we believe we're going to pick up some additional area that we can devote to widening islands that are already there, and hopefully giving additional plant material that much better chance of survival. So that's the concept with this. And I think the other and last ideas that we had and we heard and we quite frankly observed on site was pedestrian access. And what we're proposing is to continue a pedestrian walkway along the western portion, branch off to another walk connecting to the lower portion of the site, and kind of continuing up and around, and crossing over once again at this point, and then continuing on with a pedestrian walkway all the way around the loading zone. We're trying to discourage pedestrian access and crosswalking in this area. Lastly, in an attempt to again control pedestrian activity, we're recommending that a fence be put at the top of the hill here to try and discourage this upward motion of pedestrians and try to keep them on the proposed pedestrian pathway. What's happening in this plan from a landscape standpoint is that what you saw on the plan totaled about 43 shade trees, 112 evergreen trees, and 20 flowering trees, as well as some 28 shrub materials. We have a phase one that really is not going to be based on any decisions that are made here tonight, but we've already started to implement what we're calling our Phase 1 landscaping, which will involve 26 evergreen trees and some 15 shrubs in really the most strategic areas that we believe really begin to infill some of the gaps where plants have died, primarily along Ivan Avenue and primarily along the back corner of the site. And then, in future phase, we would infill with the rest of this material and ultimately end up with the landscaping that you see there. What was that?
You just missed.
Okay.
In addition to the sidewalk along the St. David Park condo side, we would also contemplate extending the sidewalk at the main entrance and improving the crosswalk connection between the main shopping center and micro center, as well as the Bed Bath & Beyond side of the center.
Very good.
Are you planning to do anything to get from Gennardi's to the down to the lower side?
Well, as we discussed, this sidewalk right here, sidewalk, crosswalk, sidewalk, back around, that's what we believe is the safe and appropriate way to take pedestrians down around there.
That's where the loading dock is, right?
Yeah, in analyzing the site, we sort of came to the conclusion in walking the site with neighbors and with the engineers that we wanted to actually discourage the pedestrian traffic between the micro center and the main building, just because there wasn't the space to put a crosswalk, combined with the factor that the loading area and the loading dock is right there. We thought that it just didn't seem feasible to be able to add a crosswalk in that location. Certainly something that we could look at further, but it seems very tight in that particular location in the center.
Mark, since we have two new members, since this was presented in February, can you kind of go back and get us up to speed about why we're seeing this and how these whole covenants came to light so everybody understands we're all on the same page?
Dan, do you want to take a run at that
Dan,
one? Okay, George.
The history of this site, many of you may know, in the 1960s, the whole area was rezoned, and it paved the way for the B. Altman's department store to be located on this property. The main building here, which is labeled existing Building B, which is where the Gennardi's is and the Home Goods and the TJ Maxx and the Bed Bath & Beyond, that was the B. Altman store. That was a department store that utilized both levels. That store closed down around 1989 or 1990. So it was a real problem about what was going to happen with that bit of a white elephant of a building. So at that time, around 1990, the owners came forward with a redevelopment plan that would repurpose the B. Altman building and broke it up into multiple uses, similar as it is today. Some of the tenants have changed, but I think it's been pretty much TJ Maxx and Gennardi's there. And at that time also, then they built Building A, which is the 10,000 square foot building, the smaller building, and Building C, which we might as well call the Micro Center building. They came in for a land development plan to build those two buildings, and they were repurposing the B. Altman building. From what I gather, there was a lot of concern back at that time in 1990, 91. A lot of it seemed to be related to having the Gennardi's, which was going to be, as you all know, is in the back there, where there are a lot of residences, and so there were covenants put into place where the owner agreed to enter into this covenant with Radnor Township that had certain restrictions in it. There were restrictions that no more square footage could be added. The one that I mentioned to you about the outdoor speakers, there's a covenant in there that there be no movie theater or no arcade, and there's a few other covenants. So basically, what happened is that the KMO's parent company, Mall Properties, underwent a very large change of management. Ryan is new, the CEO is new, everybody is new, so they've put a little more focus on this property, a little more focus. I think that was Ryan would tell you that was quite needed, and the neighbors would agree to that. There's a new management team in place, so they're looking at revitalizing the center, and they have this opportunity to put the bank in. Looking into the records, we found that the covenant was in place that was going to expire in 2016 that said no more square footage could be added, so that we took a look at what they wanted to do, and we realized that we would have to come to the township and ask that the covenant be modified if we wanted to build something before 2016, which we do. So that's what brought us here. When we were here in February, there were a good number of neighbors that had come out. They had a lot of concerns about, some about what we were going to do, but probably more about just a lot of the past history. The things weren't handled as well as they should have been at the center. Some things that needed to be taken care of, and a lot of concerns about landscaping and pedestrian access. So at the Planning Commission's suggestion, we engaged in that dialogue, and we think we've come up with a pretty good plan. So that's kind of what brings us here in front of you. Like I said, it's not the normal kind of thing that you would be dealing with should a covenant be modified, but that's what brings us here.
And should we modify this covenant, for everyone's information, they still would have to come through with full land development and subdivision plans, which would have to go through preliminary and final phases and everything like that. This is actually just opening the door for them to then proceed with that process if we do go down that road with it.
That's exactly right. We're just trying to get to the next phase, because we have this extra layer that you don't normally have.
And when you were here, I guess it was about a year ago, and we were looking at the food use.
Yes, that's right. There was
for the existing building. Tell us the status of that and where that ended up.
I wasn't involved in that application, but maybe a year or two ago now, that existing building A, which is the 10,000 square foot building, one of the covenants was that there could be no restaurants or any use that served alcohol in either the building A, the 10,000 square foot building, or building C, the micro center building. And at that time, the owner asked the commissioners to modify the covenant to allow up to 5,000 square feet of building A to be used as a restaurant, and that a restaurant that could serve alcohol. And that request was approved. Ryan would have to tell me, but I don't believe they've been able to find a tenant for that space as of yet. But that was the only other time that the declaration was asked to be modified in the whole prior 20 or 21 years. And Ryan, is that correct? You haven't found a tenant yet?
We haven't found the appropriate restaurant tenant that we'd want to put in that specific location. There has been quite a bit of interest from restaurants. It just hasn't been the right one at this point. So that's really the leasing status in that respect. What you see before you is a bunch of the improvements that we would plan to make as part of this modification to the covenant in order to build some of this square footage early. I would say that that's not the extent of the improvements that we plan to make to the shopping center. This is a phenomenal property in a phenomenal area. We have a lot of other plans for the property in terms of upgrading it, improving it. We're going to be putting in a new parking lot this year that's in our capital plan, new paving, new curbing. We plan on also probably as part of that upgrading some of the landscaping in the front as well. What you see here is obviously what we're planning to make as a condition. We propose to make as a condition to the modification of the covenant. But I would say that our intent is to be good neighbors, to be good stewards, to be part of the community, and to operate a first-class shopping center. And I think that in the coming year, I think that you will see that if you approve this project, you will see that, and I think you will see that on an ongoing basis.
Can you give us an estimate, and we won't hold you to it, if this covenant was change was approved, when would this be done? What we're seeing here in terms of the bank building, I mean, between the approval process and the construction process, what would you guess would be the completion of this?
I would guess that the approvals would take about a year. In George and you all may know better than I do, depending on the complexity of the project of the process. Dan may know, and then the construction would be another 6 to 12 months.
Is the if the covenant weren't in place, you mentioned reducing the size of the parking spaces that are there. Is that necessary to add the additional 10,000 feet? And is that the most square footage you can get on the property?
It pretty much so with these two buildings, from a development perspective, based on our preliminary calculations, again, this isn't a land development hearing, but based on the preliminary calculations, the shopping center then at that point is probably fully developed.
Okay.
This question is actually more for Dan and or Mark, somebody. In the land development phase, assuming the covenant is changed, or even assuming if it's not and it's 2016, the proposed development that they're considering here, what impact does that have on bringing the lot as a whole up to the current parking lot standards?
Well, I've had some issues with the size of the islands, and that was pointed out by Byrne earlier, that the islands are too small to support the trees. The trees are fine for the first 2, 3, 4 years. They get too big for the islands, and then they die. So it's kind of been an ongoing kind of roundabout issue, planting, watching them grow, then die, planting, watching them grow, die.
Right.
So I know I would like to see the islands get larger so that the trees can grow and be mature and do what they're supposed to do, shade the parking lot, try and reduce the heat.
Well, I was even talking about the fact that most of these spots there's far more than 5 spaces before a tree. So what kicks in if they do land development? Does this amount of development kick into effect the need to bring the parking lot as a whole up to current standards or not, or what's that impact?
Well, we would certainly be looking at the areas where they're doing work to bring those areas up to code. And in this district, it's 10 spaces before a tree. In the Wayne Business Overlay District, it's 5.
Our intention is to, obviously, through any land development process, is to work collaboratively with the staff and to make the improvements that need to get made, not just the ones that you see there. So we will work collaboratively with the staff, with you guys, with the neighbors on an ongoing basis in order to achieve that. We're here to cooperate and to work together. It's not, us versus them, versus the neighbors versus the intention is to work together and to make it the right site for this community.
Okay. Any other questions? Planning Commission?
I actually do have one question now for Mr. Bozeman or Ryan there. The letter reads, the letter from Kaplan Stewart reads as though you are willing to do this list of improvements to implement them if the declaration is modified as requested. But what I'm hearing in the presentation is that now you're talking about a phasing in thing. Some of it you'll do now in April of 2011, but the rest of it not until you do land development. And I just want to clarify, because I think I read the letter a little differently from that, which even reads slightly different from the draft of the covenant that I'm reading. So I just want to be clear on what your intention is with regard to the phasing in of the improvements that you've listed in the letter from Kaplan Stewart and in the covenant itself.
Right, the letter and the covenant, I wasn't really even focusing on the things that we said we would implement immediately. When we were here in February, and even before we saw you, we had spoken to some of the neighbors, particularly the single-family homes up in this area they needed some immediate relief, and we had given them our assurance that when the weather broke, that we would, take care of that separate and apart from the request for the covenant. As the meetings went on with the neighbors, the people some of the folks that live along Ivan came to some of the meetings and pointed out they had a similar issue there, so we agreed to do those, and I believe that planting has actually started. I was out there today, and they've put some of it in. It's not all in. So we're just doing that. That's not mentioned in this letter or the covenant. We felt that's something that should have been there, and we gave the people our assurance that it would be done. So I hope that clarifies it. So what's in the letter and what is in the declaration is essentially, the extra things that we would do. What I'm saying in the covenant is that we would be bound to put them on our land development plan. I can't control whether they would be approved by the township, but I can bind us to put them on the plan and try to get them approved. And then when we come before you, and after Dan and everybody has a chance to review, things may need to be adjusted. But what we're agreeing is this is our program that we're going to present as part of any application to either for the bank or for the addition.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions? Any of the commission members?
Yeah, I have one. If maybe Mr. Brosman can answer this. Do you have any idea what the purpose of those covenants were back 30 years ago when they were enacted?
This is my personal feeling. Some folks that were here when it happened may want to say differently, but I reviewed all of the records before I filed this. Even going back into the 1960s, there were covenants put in place in the 1960s when this land was rezoned from residential to commercial. The front part was rezoned for the B. Altmans to be commercial, and the back part where the Radnor Crossing Apartments was actually rezoned to allow multifamily. So there were covenants put in place, I think, for about 25 years that dealt with the change to the multifamily in the back and the change to the commercial in the front. Right about the time the B. Altmans went out of business, those covenants had expired, and the property owner was in front of the township with this fairly substantial redevelopment where they were going to repurpose that building, and they were adding these two new larger buildings. So it must have been that somebody said, our old covenants are expiring, can we get some new covenants? When you read the covenants, it seems to me a lot of them, they don't mention specifically, although some of them do. A lot of them seem to be geared towards dealing with Gennardi's. My feeling is that, you had a department store that was there and was really oriented toward Lancaster Avenue, and that was the second floor of the department store. And now you were repurposing the building, and you were having Gennardi's, come in the back area here so that their main entrance was now going to be here. So there were things in the covenant about the loading and the lighting and things of that. So my feeling is that a lot of it had to do with that and the uncertainty of what it was going to be like to have the Gennardi's in there and, of course, the additional square footage. I think that's what the purpose was.
Isn't there a strip of residential around the perimeter of the property? I vaguely recall that.
That's right. When
to increase the size of the buffer, I believe it was.
That's right. When they rezoned, even in the 60s, I guess it's carried forward, but this whole strip here and this whole strip here remained residential. And in fact, if you look at the zoning map, that continues even on the other side of Route 30. So it wraps this whole area. So it's a pretty large kind of a de facto buffer area. Because it's zoned residentially, they couldn't put any commercial development in it. So it's essentially got this big buffer area around it by virtue of leaving the zoning that way. And it's, of course, a lot of our emphasis has been put in that buffer area and really trying to beef it up and make it even better than it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Has there been any discussion with the condominiums at the apartments about extending walking trails into the shopping center from those two locations?
There's been a lot of discussion with people from the condominium, and they were in favor of the path that we have. Ryan's talked to them.
The path that we have is a connection from Lancaster. I think you're referring to a connection between the actual
Direct.
apartments and the condominiums.
Yep.
And I've talked to several people, and I've gotten very mixed feedback about it. I've gotten people who say that they think it's a great idea. I've gotten people who've told me literally in no uncertain terms that they really did not want that to happen. And so, I think that's an issue that we just kind of let be because it seemed like the opinion was very mixed.
Okay.
I fielded several phone calls on that specific.
Well, there is a walkway between the apartments.
There is a walkway. I'm speaking more specifically to the condominiums in my comments. The apartments, there is one existing, and we did not get a lot of feedback from the renters in regards to the apartments. But in regards to the condos, it was quite mixed, the feedback.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Move to public comment. Ms. Tamolo, you had your hand up earlier. You want to clarify that? Please. I know you know the history of this project.
This was put into place at the time. There were a lot of changes that were made. The front of the old Altman's building had a much deeper lawn. This whole first level of, well, you can't see, but this first level was lawn, and they kind of graded it so there was more parking. You could use the mouse. I'm afraid I'm doing something wrong, so it's okay. But anyway, so that was all part of it also, and we were afraid of the traffic impact. Obviously, at that time, Altman's had been like the sleeping giant there. Everybody went there, but it was not long hours, not much, whatever. And the Blue Route was opening. It was about the next year, I guess it was the Blue Route was opening. So that was why there was a great deal of concern about the traffic and when this Gennardi's opened, it was the premier supermarket anywhere around. And so there was a great fear of the kind of traffic that it would pull in and out. So we had to kind of soft pedal it in some way. And this had been so nicely landscaped before. That was all part of the interest.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have other comments to say. Do you want me to say them now?
Jump on board.
I appreciate the work that's gone into this and the fact that I've been involved with planning here for like 25 years. So I understand the way that things work. And generally what's happened is that the developers, when they come in, usually go out of their way to appease the people upon whom they have a direct impact. And I think that these people have done the same. I was up there today and I saw that they had people working on the trees, etc. But one of the things as a citizen planner I'm concerned about is the bigger picture. And so I was concerned about the walkway, which I appreciate that they've done that, and the better traffic flow and all of that. But I also know that if we are going to give something away, we have to wonder what's in it for us, what's in it for the township. And I know people have said we'll get, permit money and all of this kind of stuff. But in the end, we're giving up something and not necessarily getting anything except a short-term shot of finances for the development. And I don't see what the problem would be in waiting 5 years, 5.5 years actually. It'll be up in October of 2016. So I think that that's an issue. And I also think that we've all talked tonight, you've all talked about with the Eastern thing, that we are looking, Kathy wanted them to specifically address like parking or whatever, but we are looking to adjust our ordinances. And if this happens before we adjust our ordinances, then we'll not be able to go back and do anything with this again. So I think that it would be this 5 years would be a great time to get our ducks in a row and then have them come back. I know that they're probably looking daggers at me behind me now, but I think that is. I think that would be a prudent thing to do. If you owned anything, if you have something of value, you really ought to take whatever steps you can to protect it. And this is a nice shopping center, although it's a terrible wreck right now. And I gave them the word steward. They have been absolutely terrible stewards of the property. I know there's a different management now, Ryan. But this place has been a wreck. It's usually littered, and they've been much better about it since they've come forward wanting this from us. But it's been a mess. They've never kept up with their plantings. They've never maintained it. The parking lot, if you go there now, you can see how badly it's not been, how much it has not been maintained. So I'm thinking before you give this away to somebody, we ought to be getting something back from them, or have the time to get ourselves in a situation where we are better able to handle what they're offering us. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, I'm Jim Schneller. I live pretty close to this mall and have been using it, and I thank them for the making available of what is a spacious shopping center for all these years. But I have a couple of gripes I'd like to air, and I really have to say that this is a shock to me. I was never invited to any neighbor groups. I would have heard about it. Nobody in my building mentioned it. Nobody in the development talked about it. And without bothering anyone, I'd like to say that the Board of Commissioners didn't really send the item for your attention other than for a very preliminary look and or a very specific look at the covenant itself, for you to take a look at that and the purposes of the covenant. And instead, parties that be have used this opportunity to gloss over what is a preliminary to a sketch plan. And they've been afforded, is this the second meeting this came up? I thought this was the first. And so I really object to the procedural aspect of this. And I think that you have to take a hard look at what the covenant is all about. And if the covenant was put in place 25 years ago, they had pretty good foresight. And I don't think that we can second guess their foresight. More so, I think if a covenant was put in regarding a huge setback like that, there must have been a formidable reason, and I don't think it was to the landowner's benefit. I think it was a setback that matches the setback of the hotel, it matches the setback of the old Sears building, I don't know what they call it now. It is essentially a beautiful greenway, one light past the Blue Route, that impresses everybody that comes into Radnor. Now, they say Jim's being emotional or Jim's being too environmental, but the fact is that maybe that wasn't intended. And sure, they had no idea what might happen to the Sears building or the hotel. But we've got a 10-year, 15-year precedent of a nice entranceway to Radnor that keeps everybody's in the township's property values up. And if you just have another couple of visible restaurants and a bank drive-through, you've taken what is a nice part of the area. Furthermore, and I will end this soon, precedent could dangerously be set here. Covenants don't come up for amendment a whole lot. But I just heard the Board of Commissioners 2 meetings ago talking about how covenants are a great way to enforce the police power of the township. Well, if you can just change one without any really strong reason, what use is a covenant? As I said, I've lived near the place for a while. I would disagree with Cheryl. I think it's been moderately kept up. But what has lasted is the tall trees. And what you have can't be remedied with any plantings because what you've got is mature trees that have a see-through sight line. And so you've got a sight line that will have a bank. And you've got a sight line that would have a second pet shop, I always like to say. And really, we shouldn't lose that with only 5 years left on the timeline. And I have to object to what I've heard tonight about some kind of sweeteners being put out to the public or to the neighbors. It's nice to meet a bunch of neighbors who I never see when I'm out riding my bike around there. And I just don't think that modifications to the mall at this point are appropriate. And I'm disappointed I wasn't invited to the meetings. I would have said to them right off the bat, why are we here? There's not even a plan, I don't want to waste your funds. I think that the process wasn't meant for this. So really, there's been no hardship shown. I think maybe you should refer to the zoning hearing board. If you're going to make a legal determination, I don't know why the board sent it here. It's really half an action is needed about the legality of what you're going to do about a covenant. And they've shown nothing that zoning would ever, or any ordinance has ever put out. There's no hardship. They've had a vacant store there. There's availability there for tenants they might want to attract. And in fact, as we know, there was an availability of a restaurant taken out 2 years ago. And if I could just briefly mention, I don't think restaurants are appropriate. If this ever got to land development, Gennardi's has done a fine job, but that's a huge supermarket with a fairly good restaurant turnover, and there are vermin, and there are the typical signs of food, and I think 2 food outlets could grow to 3, and I don't like the precedent. There's really not even any as of course reason to grant this. I hate to sound like it's some kind of a controversy. But as a neighbor, I'd really appreciate it if you just let the covenant stay for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Pontius, and I live in St. David's Park. And I'm not really saying yay or nay on this, and I know it's got a really long way to go before these buildings are built. But I would like to say that I have been, in one way or the other, associated with this property since my parents bought a house on St. David's Court in 1964, and then B. Altman's was built. And I know they had very little trouble touching the property of St. David's, from St. David's Court to Altman's, but it was a big mystery. I mean, who are these people? Who owns it? My parents moved away. The new tenants are here. But I have lived in St. David's Park condominiums for 21 years, and I knew who owned the property, nothing. Complaints, there was nobody to call. There was nobody to check in with. If you'd go to Gennardi's, we have nothing to do with it. We don't own the property. The Gennardi's usually would pick up if there was a problem there, fine. And I will say in 40-some years, this is the first time there's ever been a face to me to St. David's Square. And I did walk the property with Ryan and his boss, and literally my bedroom looks right into the loading dock. And if you have any questions about what goes on at that loading dock at any hour, I can tell you. I said it's getting kind of sloppy over there, and they had these clothing donation bins. He said, we're already moving them. How many times have you moved them now, Ryan? 3? Because then Ivan Avenue said, what's up with the clothing bins? So they move them again. So I also said, there's some gross, stinky thing over there. It's their grease dumpster. He said, we're already moving it, and within a day, it was gone. I've emailed them and said, Gennardi seems to pick that corner to put trash in. Gone. I will disagree with the landscaping because they've got their mowers out there at 1 after 7. They're mowing the lawns. They pick the trash up. The trees are old. That's the problem. They're losing their limbs. They were planted when Altman's was there. They really have. Look at the hillside facing Lancaster. It's nicely landscaped. It's just an old property. I did discuss with Ryan the fact that the parking lot's all chewed up. Well, they had a plowing contract And for the last 2 years, those contractors plowed all night long. They must have paid by the hour or something. And now it's paid by the inch or whatever. I'm surprised that in the olden days, they would have been out there on Friday morning plowing with those few little flurries we had. So that's really helped out a lot. I really feel that they've made some concessions. They're helping, they're listening. As for the walkway, I live in St. David's Park. We've made our own walkway, and I don't think we want to have it that there is, and I'm just speaking for myself, but I know there's some other St. David's Park people here. The only time in 21 years we've had any break-in, it's been the building that's right facing there. And if you put steps up from the parking lot, it means we're going to have to do something on the other side, and I think everybody's happy the way it is. When they built the apartments, they already built the steps in that way. And Jim, I'm sorry you didn't know about the meetings, because I've been to all of them, and I usually am the last to know anything about anything. But as I said, I'm not really saying pro or con, but I will say that they have done everything they said they were going to do. And I've even called Ryan one night, and I think he had his head under the sink trying to fix his drain in New York, and didn't say, I can't talk to you right now. Listen to me, listen to what I had to say. So.
Can I ask you a question? How many meetings have you been to?
I've been to every meeting they've had.
How many is that?
What they've had, well, I came to the other planning meeting, and then we had Ryan and his boss and I, private, just the two of us, walk the entire property, and it was freezing that day. We walked around Gennardi's, and we did everything, and then there have been 3 other meetings.
We had another on-site meeting with another group.
Okay, and then
we had 2 publicly noticed meetings to the township list that we mailed out to the township list of.
Well, and there have been emails back and forth. I mean, there's been really, really good communication, like, hey, what about this, what about that? I did notice that they have some trees ready for planting. I don't know where they're going, but so far there's, as I said, for the first time in forever, there's a face, and there's never been a face.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No other? Okay. I did receive one letter directly to my house dated April 1st, 2011, Mark Rhodes Planning Board, Radnor Township, from a Mildred S. Levine, I apologize, Levine. She says, I attended a neighbors meeting at KMO with KMO representatives on March 14th, 2011. Since I've used the parking lot while grocery shopping at Gennardi's for over 20 years and liked the space, highlighted space, provided each car, I thought someone should document what exists now as a baseline against which to evaluate proposed changes. So I did it. Enclosed is my survey of what exists today. My hope is that the planners and commissioners will keep the users in mind, shoppers with children and their safety, cars as property, and their defense against other car doors from adjacent spaces. Keep the parking spaces wide enough. Thank you for your service to the community, fielding items like this. Signed, Mildred S. Levine. And I will pass this down over to Dan, who could probably be better served using this, but it is a full tabulation of, to the inch, what every one of your parking spaces is. To the inch. And categorized and itemized. So you might want to actually a copy of it.
I know all about that. We traded several emails back and forth.
So if you could take a hold of that, and I applaud her.
Measure the parking spaces.
I applaud her concerns and her efforts. With that, any further public comment? Okay. Back to the planners for discussion amongst ourselves, or if you have any questions.
I have a comment. I've heard off and on that some of the neighbors are concerned that the trees are reaching a mature stage. And since the covenant is kind of an extraordinary way to deal with the site in the first place, I wonder if it would be appropriate to suggest at this time, before it gets, or when it gets to the commissioners, that maybe some sort of escrow fund can be set up for tree planting at designated times and directions by the township, perhaps, or an arborist hired by the township if necessary. Because, it's all well and good, we will get everything looking just right today, but 7 years from now, it's perhaps a different owner, and the trees start dying and the gaps come back.
I have a follow-up question or comment on that. I mean, my understanding is that the islands were too small and that would be addressed with the redesign of this plan. Is that correct, Dan?
Well, we'd certainly look at the area out in the front where the development's going on.
Right.
And make sure that that was complying with our updated codes.
But didn't, in their request here, don't they also mention that, I'll ask you, is it your plan where the Gennardis is? Are they also enlarged?
In the rear of the site, you'll see enlarged islands with new shade tree plantings.
So that's all happening now? That's all part of this, your proposal? So,
oh, I'm sorry, can you?
38 new shade trees and
but it still needs
100 some odd new evergreen tree plantings. And
I think they're going to lose space.
Yeah, with slightly wider islands that would, and Bern can speak to that more, but that would support the growth of those trees.
Right. I think Mildred's comments that we did dialogue during the last neighbor meeting, and her concern was our thought about reducing or making more efficient the parking spaces to not be below township code in all of these aisles. And we believe that if we were to do that, we could keep the same amount of parking spaces, restripe these spaces to township code, which is 9.5 feet, and as a result, we would pick up about 12 feet, add 4 feet to each island, both in this row, in this row, and in this row, and we would then gain back a green island that would be viable enough, approximately 8 feet, to support what we believe would be a good, a nice upgrade to the parking lot.
Okay.
Dan, may I ask a question? If a buffer is established when this goes through the planning mode, as I recall, they're supposed to maintain that buffer while you own the property. Isn't that correct? So you shouldn't have to necessarily, I don't think, as I recall anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, if trees die, you're supposed to replace them. That's part of the property owner's responsibility.
And I think that's the intention here.
So I don't think we need to necessarily hold escrow funds to do that.
My comment is that either enforcement is difficult or impossible.
Well, that's the key,
And
enforcement.
the money
Yeah.
in hand, so to speak, is just a pre-investment in doing what you're supposed to do.
That's true. I'm just concerned with if we take money, then are we responsible for putting the trees in the ground? I don't think we want to take on that responsibility as a township. I think what we need to do is enforce what is in place.
And I'm sure there can be language put into the documents that enforce the care and maintenance of these properties into perpetuity, as I've seen in so many other documents.
Typically as part of land development, at least in the current land developments, there's a land development agreement that's required with the township. And I know the initial plantings, an escrow is required to see that those are done. Some township codes, I'd have to check in Radnor, but even require that escrow stay in place for a period of time to make sure they don't die. And then I think Kathy is right that once it's on a recorded plan, the township would have the ability to make to enforce that. So I'm not sure what the difficulty was in enforcing it before. Some of the blame, probably most of the blame, may be on the owner, but there's a new team here, and when when the new plan gets approved, if it gets approved, all those details will be on there, and it should be pretty easy to get it enforced. I'm not sure of the problems in the past.
Very good. Is there any other questions from planners? I have one question for our solicitor. Making you work tonight.
Not a problem.
One of the neighbors brought up, obviously, that no problem with waiting on this, and that, it gives us time to adjust our ordinances in, and revise them accordingly, because I know that we do have some problems with our parking ordinances and all those type of things, which has been obviously evidenced continually in tonight's meeting. This restrictive covenant, I don't think precludes these people from filing a land development plan now and proceeding. Could they proceed it, and if they were to continue through their land development at this time, could they vest their rights? What is the rights vesting in a land development plan?
Well, if they filed a land development plan, yes, they would vest their rights. The ordinances that were in place on the date that they filed the plan, those were the ordinances they would have to comply with. Okay. That being said, since under the covenants they cannot add any additional building space to this plan, I don't know what they would be proposing to do under the land development plan. And I think if they're just filing a plan just to try to grandfather themselves, that wouldn't fly. They would have to actually qualify into doing some sort of land development. If they don't meet land development, they can't file a land development plan just to protect themselves.
My question, let's say in truth we deny them now, tomorrow they file a land development as of December, whatever the expiration of this, for purposes that they're going to build on that date. They're going to have everything ready, that the shovel's going in the ground on the expiration of this covenant.
I'd have to look at the ordinances, because you certainly can't deny a plan unless there's something in the ordinance. That being said,
do you see my question?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do, but doing it 4.5 years in advance, that's a little questionable.
Mr. Grossman?
Well, I've thought about this exact issue, because the comment
I thought you might have.
The comment was made at our other meeting. I mean, the covenant only prohibits construction. Now, my client doesn't want to go to the expense of filing the land development plan now if they would be prohibited, but we could file the land development plan now, and we are entitled under the MPC to have a decision on that plan in accordance with the ordinances as they stand. And once that plan gets approved, and it would be a real plan, as you said, Mr. Rhodes, we would build it as soon as the covenant would allow. But under the MPC, number one, we're vested, and number two, once that plan gets approved, there's a 5-year period of protection under the municipality's planning code from any change in the ordinance. So we could file the plan tomorrow, and we would be entitled to a decision, and then our plan would be protected beyond the period. I think by the time we got through the approval process, the 5 years that we get under the MPC would be, the covenant would have expired. So we could do that. So I don't think there is any planning purpose to wait and change this. To me, you're just delaying the time when all these additional improvements could be provided, and all the buffer enhancements and the walkways and that. So I don't personally see any planning purpose in delaying this, and I think it would be good to modify the covenant.
I think you answered my question. Thank you.
That's not our intent to file a land development plan.
And Ryan, that was never, my question was simply a procedural aspect that, again, the question was raised by one of the neighbors, and I had a suspicion that there was a vesting rights period, that I just wanted her concerns allayed.
And I'll also just say, in speaking to a lot of other towns and planners, the trend is going away from requiring more parking within the retail or shopping center environment and providing less. That just is the trend. If you do bring a code consultant in, they may, or a planning consultant, they may recommend going in the other direction, quite realistically and possibly. That's just the trend that I'm seeing.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I would ask, if we were to, you recommend this, can we also put in another covenant or something, the effect that if we change the ordinances between now and 5 years, that they would then have to comply with them then? I mean, that's a logical question. I mean, that alleviates, or that mitigates Cheryl's point.
Yeah, but then you're not really giving them approval, right? Because you have no idea what's going to happen in 5 years, and it's kind of wasted money on their part, I would think.
I think they'd also try to build it sooner, too. If you lift the covenant, they're going to not wait 5 years. You're not going to have the 5-year window. They're just going to build it.
My question, if following up on Mark's, doesn't the covenant specifically preclude them from submitting particular land development plans based on the things that are not allowed? For instance, they couldn't do the restaurant, and they couldn't, I don't think, I'm looking for the original covenant, they couldn't do a bank building.
Right now, they have the right as a restaurant, because we gave that to them before. That's not at hand
In the
right now.
original 10,000 square foot building, not in this addition piece.
True.
So my question, following up on yours, which I followed it exactly, is whether or not, they can't submit land development plans for things that are already specifically excluded, can they?
Well,
For a time coming after the, well, right now, because we're more than 5 years out.
It all depends on the language of the original covenant, which I do not have in front of me. Mr. Brosman, I think, has stated that he believes the original covenant states that what's prohibited is the actual construction of these particular buildings and uses, not any submissions or preparation or planning for. If the covenant specifically says construction, then that's what's prohibited. If it says something more nebulous, if it says something regarding planning, submissions, permits, then those are prohibited. It all depends on what the language of the original covenant state.
And I have that here. I could give you a copy, Peter, but I'm reading from it. It was in my original submission. Covenant A is the one we want to change. No floor area shall be constructed on the premises in addition to or in excess of the 219,000 square feet of gross floor area. So it's the construction, and then the other covenants basically talk about things being done, like no loudspeakers shall be audible outside the building. It doesn't say in there I can't ask for that, I just can't build it or implement it.
Seeing that in I and in the agreement under 3.
I'm sorry, I don't want to get hung up on something that, we don't have it's a hypothetical, we don't have the intention of doing that.
No worries. I just want to, I want to make an informed decision. So I wanted to understand how the vesting would work.
Well, I think the point is that why it's important is because to me it just shows there's no reason not to recommend this modification because the township can't really control when we would apply, and if we did apply, which we're not planning on, but if we did, we would be vested. So to me, that's not a reason not to modify this because that's really in our control.
I have an additional question. Dan, do we have a specific known problem with our parking requirements for a retail center like this? I mean, I know we do for the colleges. Obviously, that's a big issue. Our code is a little short there. Do we have glaring deficiencies in our retail parking codes?
Certainly not at this site. I mean, I know that in front of Micro Center, I never see cars parked in the remote places.
Mm-hmm.
It's rare that I see cars parked in the remote areas of the Gennardis. I do see over by Home Goods, that's full, but in this particular location, I see many empty spaces at various times of the day.
Point of clarification, is it 5 spaces per 1,000 feet, or what is our, in this center, what's our requirement?
Let me check.
While he's checking for that, any planners have any other questions?
A very simple question. Right now, you're talking about land development that looks like this. In exchange, in effect, in exchange for the lifting of the covenants, or at least some of the covenants. Would you do the same thing in 5 years, or would you just build the new buildings and skip all the rest of it?
I don't know if I can answer that. I mean, this was developed with talking to the neighbors. My belief is we haven't done an analysis, but this is probably more than the code would require if we were to just come in today. So, you know, I don't know, but, you know, if we're going to do it now, this is what we're proposing to do.
Okay.
And this does max out the site from a square footage point of view?
Yeah, we've done a parking analysis. You know, basically what we're giving up is a lot of our parking spaces to implement all these changes with all this additional green. The parking is really the controlling factor. So when we file land development plans, you know, Dan and Matt Bauman and everybody will review all of that and make sure we're okay with parking. But our preliminary analysis show that when we add all the green that we're adding, make the reconfigurations, and add the additional square footage, you know, we may have a few extra parking spaces. So will essentially be built out.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. If we were to approve your suggestion, would you cite this particular plan and say at minimum we would be doing this type of thing in the subdivision?
Yes, in fact, I submitted a draft covenant revised from the time before, and I know the solicitor has that, but I submitted it to the township. What we're saying, we're adding a paragraph to the covenant. It's my new paragraph 5. I don't know if any of you've seen it, but it says, any land development plan for the new bank building and/or the addition to the Block C building filed with the township shall, at a minimum, depict the following enhancements to the tract in substantial accordance with the plan attached hereto. And this would be the plan that would be attached hereto, or thereto, and I list out the enhancements that we've spoken to. So our obligation would be, via this covenant, that we have to submit these things as part of our land development plan. And then the language goes on to say that, you know, that's subject to being approved by the township, and it could be modified if required by the township. But yes, that's in the what I've proposed to make it clear that if the covenant gets modified, it goes right into the covenant that when we file a land development plan, we're required to show these things in substantial accord with this plan that we've showed you. And that would actually be attached to the modified covenant if it gets approved.
Okay. Dan, did you find that?
Yeah, it's under retail stores. It's in the, under section 280-103. It's retail stores, all other types. One space per 200 square feet of floor area on the ground floor, plus one space per 300 square feet of floor area not, 300 square feet of floor area on other floors, plus one space for each 2 employees on the shift of greatest employment.
Okay.
Now, since this has basically 2 ground floors, since you come in at 2 levels, do you apply the 200-foot minimum?
I think we would err on the side of being more conservative.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, discussion?
One straight comment. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I was looking at the business overlay district, and our parking requirements are actually more generous in that than they are in the center. I think it's 1 per 300 for retail.
That's right. And no, I think no requirement for employees.
Okay.
So this is a very stringent parking requirement.
However, that is in an area that encourages more walking. This is not necessarily an area that encourages walking, and I certainly wouldn't walk to a grocery store and drag home 6 or 7 or 8 bags of groceries. But that's me. You know, I'm lazy.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Do we have a motion we want to make on this?
I move that we recommend the adoption of the amendments to the covenant as shown in the submitted draft.
I second.
Any further discussion, questions, consideration?
Do you, when you say submit a draft, are you going to include that plan?
That
It's
plan is
referenced
in this.
In the draft.
Thank you.
We're good.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Brosman. Oh, we're just... We're going to take a 5-minute break to get some water, do what you need to do, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Are we ever back here yet? Who are we missing? Doug? Let's start bringing it back in here. Always wanted to use the gavel. Okay, we're going to continue on. Next on our agenda is subdivision number 2011 SD04 preliminary of Rite Aid of Pennsylvania, Inc. to consolidate 2 lots and construct a pharmacy with a drive-through at 237 East Lancaster Avenue. Applicant is here. Mr. Malloy, would you like to give us your initial comments? And can you give a brief history?
A brief history. Well, this was before you on September 2nd, 2008, and October 6th, 2008, as a sketch plan before they went through zoning hearing and ended up getting a conditional approval with the Board of Commissioners. So this has been, as you can see, a long process to get to this point. So what you have before you tonight is a preliminary plan. So assuming this gets approved, it would come back as a final. And just to let you know where we are, we have Lancaster Avenue running in an east-west direction along the bottom of the property. North. Jim, are you back there? Can we have the camera?
There we go.
Okay. Lancaster Avenue is running across the bottom of the plan in an east-west direction. North Aberdeen is running in a north-south direction. Currently, there's a Blockbuster Video, which is shown in yellow, and a Taco Bell, which is also shown in yellow. The parking lots for each of those buildings is shown in orange. And according to the deed, there is actually 5 lots that make up this entire parcel. So I've shown all 5 lots here. The Subdivision Advisory Committee reviewed this plan, and we had 21 comments. What I'd like to point out is that the applicant has made the request for 6 waivers, and they are listed here, and I'll just run through those. The first one deals with width of driveway entrances. The second one talks about having more than 5 spaces in a continuous row without landscaping. And as we pointed out earlier, that's a overlay district requirement. The next one is referring to buffers. All parking areas shall be buffered from views from the adjacent properties. The next one is referring to 1 street tree is required for each 30 linear feet of right-of-way. And specifically, they're not proposing any trees on Cromer Road, which I should point that out. That's the access to, it's more of an alley that takes you back into the township garage, but there's also a little road that gets you over to Cozy's and De Laurentiis's and the pizza shop that's there. And also there's a parking lot behind the Taco Bell that's used by the township's public works employees. The next waiver refers to planting trees within 50 feet of an intersection. So they're actually proposing to plant trees within 50 feet. And the last one is refers to water percolation into the groundwater for the stormwater. So they're asking for a waiver to not have that, and the engineer and I have exchanged some emails concerning that. The next section is dealing with the making note of the variance that the applicant has received from the zoning hearing board, and there's actually a couple of typos that I need to correct. The first one in that first line refers to 280.52.8E. It should be 280.53.8E. And then if you jump down to this special exception that was received, It refers to Section 28053.9A, which really deals with the drive-through that exists at Taco Bell. And again, there's another typo. It's 280, this states 28053.9F, and it should be 28053.8F. And that's referring to the requirement of having a two-story building in the Wayne Business Overlay District. So now I'll get into the comments from the Subdivision Advisory Committee. The first one has to do with these parking spaces. And I'm going to change the sheet to what's proposed. The applicant did a better job of coloring than I did, so we'll use his plan.
Dan, is there any way that we can get our monitors to work? Because they're not working right now.
No one's is working?
No.
Sue's going to shake Jim. So there are 7 parking spaces shown in this area. They're shown to be proposed. There are 7 that exist, and these are actually shown crossing over the property line. And there's an old easement crossover agreement between the township and Mr. Masterpieri, who owns the property, that the township's allowed to use the parking spaces, access them, and use those. So those spaces are not included in the calculations for the use that's proposed on the building, but I am looking for a note to be added to the plans that makes that clarification. The second item is refers to the loading zone, which is located right here along Cromer Road. And I'm asking that the applicant identify how the trucks are going to leave the area once they're done unloading their trucks. Item 3 is related to that. I'm requesting that the delivery times, or the expected delivery times, be identified. Really, the concern is there's a lot of truck traffic on that small little alley, and having deliveries made at certain times of the day will exacerbate an already difficult area for trucks to enter and leave. Item number 4 is asking for the site distance to be shown for cars leaving the drive-through. And I'm looking for the site distance to be shown from the left, looking left and right, with and without a truck parked there in the delivery zone. Item number 5, we're asking that somehow it be posted to try and minimize cut-through traffic, that the drive-through really be used for the prescriptions. And as you can see on the plans, it does have a bypass, which certainly makes sense, but we are trying to limit the cut-through traffic. Item number 6 is requesting the applicant apply for planning modules for the sewer flows that will be used. Item number 7 is referencing their street lighting plan. The light levels are above the minimum, which is 1/10 of a foot candle at the property line, in the area where there's a private residence immediately north of the property. So we're asking that the light levels be reduced to the 1/10 of a foot candle level at the property line. The light levels do spill over above 1/10 of a foot candle on other places of the property, but it's all spilling into the public street. So my concern is really where the residence is. Item number 8 is there's a small retaining wall shown here where there's some totes being stored, and that is in the site triangle. So we're asking that the height of that wall be identified to ensure it's not blocking the site distance. And as I pointed out earlier, item number 9 is referring to the 5 lots. So as one of the conditions, it's our recommendation that all the lots be combined into one. Item number 10 refers to the Shade Tree Commission. They've been at Shade Tree. Shade Tree was looking for them to show all the trees within 10 feet of the property line so that they can ensure that any trees on the neighboring properties would not be damaged during construction. Item number 11 is referring to the sidewalk. The applicant is showing a 6-foot wide sidewalk But we want to ensure that it's the Wayne Business Overlay District type, so that's a 6-foot sidewalk with the 2-foot score marks with the 2 feet of brick. Number 12 is referring to the 2 driveways. They are showing crosswalks, painted crosswalks. We're looking to have sidewalk in those locations, to have a continuous, so pedestrians know it's a continuous walkway, and as do cars that are leaving the parking lot. Item number 13 is requiring an NPDES permit from the Delaware County Conservation District. They are going to be disturbing more than an acre of land. Number 14 is asking for highway occupancy permit from PennDOT. And there's actually for three issues. One is the driveway connected to Lancaster Avenue. Another is connecting to the storm sewer. And the third one is replacing the concrete curb along Lancaster Avenue. Item number 15 is asking that the radius or the radii of the curb for Cromer Road be increased to allow better access for the delivery trucks. Item number 16 is referring to the stormwater management that I had mentioned earlier. And my specific concern is they've asked for a waiver from doing groundwater recharge. And I'm looking for some more information from the applicant on why that can't be accomplished. That is one of the requirements of the code. Item 17 is referring to the left turn from in the parking lot to the drive-through. And because of the location of the dumpsters, it just appears that this is a very difficult turn, especially if these 7 parking spaces are occupied. So we're not sure if the dumpster needs to be reduced in size, or it just seems like there's a difficult turn that has to be made. So we're looking for a little more information in that respect. Item number 18 refers to an existing sanitary sewer that bisects the property. There are some issues with that sewer line, and it is something that the township feels needs, that sanitary sewer needs to be replaced from the manhole in Lancaster Avenue to the manhole that's immediately behind the Taco Bell building in 106 North Aberdeen Avenue's property. We're also asking that the manhole that's in Lancaster Avenue be reconstructed, because there are a couple of issues with that manhole. Item number 19 is referring to the traffic signal at Aberdeen and Lancaster. And again, that signal needs some attention. There are a couple of signal heads that are in poor condition, and some of the street signage needs to be upgraded to current standards. Item number 20 is referring to the Wayne Business Overlay District lights. So we're looking to have the applicant show on the plans the appropriate number of lights that are required under the code. And these should be installed in the locations and in a manner as directed by the Director of Public Works. And then finally, number 21 is referring to some site amenities that are required in the Wayne Overlay District, specifically the benches, trash receptacles, and we're also looking for a welcome to the Wayne Business District sign located somewhere out here at the corner of North Aberdeen and Lancaster. And that was it for our comments.
Okay. Applicant?
Good evening. My name is Don Petros. I'm an attorney representing Rite Aid in this matter. And what I'd like to do with the Planning Commission's permission is to hit the comments that Dan made that are just will complies and just get those out of the way. And then the ones that need some explanation, I'll give a few of the explanations, and I'll call on Rhett Chiliberti, who's the project engineer from Bowler Engineering, to explain the other, our response to the other issues. But I just wanted to run down a few of these very quickly. The 7 parking spaces that Dan mentioned that are used by the township, the agreement actually provides that they're used by the township Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. In other words, when the public works facility is in use. And it says that after those hours and on weekends, it can be used by the applicant. So we'll put an appropriate note on the plan that has the language right from the agreement. That's not an issue. I'm going to pass number 2 for a second and let Rhett come back to that as to how the delivery trucks will exit after they make a delivery. And also number 3, which is related to that. The deliveries will probably be after 10 p.m., so they wouldn't conflict with the Public Works hours at, I think, 4:30 or so, whatever time the Public Works facility is closed. Items number 4 and 5. 4 has to do with the site distance going on to Cromer. That's a will comply. Item number 5 is it should be noted that the prescription drive-through pass lane is not a normal exit. It's to be used for people using the prescription pharmacy, and that's a will comply. We are applying for sanitary sewer planning module or exemption, whichever is appropriate. That's number 6, so that's a will comply. Number 7 is a will comply. That has to do with the lumens at the residential property that Dan mentioned. Number 8, the height of the wall. I'm going to let Rhett address that one. Number 9, the plan and title report indicates there are 5 lots. And I'll go over this with Dan. I don't think he had all the information. On the existing conditions plan, indeed, it does look like there are 5 lots, and they came in different deeds, and there were different parcels. But I believe at the present time, there are only 2 lots, the one where the Taco Bell is and the one where the Rite Aid is. But I'll go over that with Dan. In any event, whether it's 2 lots or 4 lots, it's our intention to consolidate all of them so that we'll have 1 lot at the end. The Shade Tree Commission, we are working with the Shade Tree Commission. We made our first appearance, and we'll be going back to Shade Tree. The sidewalk width, number 11, that's will comply, and the 2 feet score marks and the 2 feet of brick edging required in the Wayne Business Overlay District, that's a will comply. Number 6, about the 6-inch thick reinforced concrete sidewalk must be installed through both proposed driveways. We're looking at that. We just, there may be an issue. We don't know whether or not PennDOT would have any kind of an issue with that, but assuming that PennDOT doesn't, I don't think we're adverse to doing that. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Number 13, NPDES permit. We do know we need that. Number 14, HOP. We know we need that. Number 15, increasing the radii of the curb at the intersection of Cromer and Lancaster. We think we can increase the radii on our side, in other words, on the east, at our property. We don't think we can do it on the other side, and I'll let Rhett address the reasons why without affecting other people's property. The number 16, about the recharge component for the stormwater management. I'll let Rhett take a minute to explain what we're doing for stormwater management and why we can't do a recharge on this particular property. Let's see, number 17 is a will comply. That had to do with the left turn lane that Dan felt was not quite adequate into the drive-through lane. Number 18, that has to do with the replacement of the manhole in Lancaster Avenue and on the property at 106 North Aberdeen and the sewer line that runs along there. We will certainly consider that, and we'd like to talk to Dan about that. We just learned of the comment recently, so we like to find out what the problem is and figure out what the cost would be and what construction easements we might need in order to be able to do that on somebody else's property. But we will definitely look at the issue. Number 19 has to do with the traffic signal. Again, it's something we may be able to do something about. We're going to look at it. We're going to look at the cost. We're going to talk to Dan about exactly what would need to be done. And so we will look at that issue as well. We will comply with number 20, which is the correct number of WBOD streetlights and the correct type, spaced appropriately. Number 21 has to do with site amenities, and that's will comply. I think we can do something with the Welcome to Wayne Business District sign idea. We need to talk with the township. I had a little discussion this evening with Matt Bauman about that, but we need a little further discussion with them, and we have to sort of coordinate it with our signage for our property as well. So that's a quick overview of, as you can see, most of the comments are will complies. I'd like Rhett to go through, if he would, and answer the ones that I deferred, and I guess that starts with number 2, how delivery trucks will exit the loading area along the side of the proposed building and return to Lancaster Avenue.
Thanks, Don. I know you're all familiar with the site here today, but just quickly, since we're talking about access, the site today has about 4 existing access points located on Lancaster Avenue, and we're proposing to consolidate those 4 access points into one point here. Over here is the loading side of the building, and the way the trucks are going to access the site Basically, they're going to come onto Cromer Road. They will enter in the loading area and then make a right-hand turn, and then exit along Aberdeen Avenue, which is a signalized intersection, and then make their turning movements at that point. The question about the height of the wall, there's a 6-foot high wall right here, which it's basically similar to a trash enclosure where you have the wall and the gate. It's the same situation to enclose the plastic tote storage containers. And from a sight distance perspective, we will comply. They're not in the way, and you can just see from visual inspection here, there's a stop sign right here. So if you're parked right here, you can clearly see along Lancaster Avenue.
Right, if I could just go back 1 second to the issue of the delivery trucks, that would obviously be done after the drive-through window is closed, because the drive-through window traffic would be going the other way.
Correct.
And that's why I said after 10 o'clock when the drive-through is closed.
Correct.
Okay.
Comment number 15 regarding the increased radii at the intersection, Cromer and Lancaster. We feel that we can comply with increasing this radius right here. We will have an issue of increasing the radius on the west side of Cromer's Road because we will be encroaching onto our neighbor's property there. There's also some parking that's very close to the property line today for our neighbor across the street. Regarding comment 16 for stormwater management, we're requesting a waiver from the recharge requirements. And what recharge is, we're basically required to take the stormwater and infiltrate it back into the ground, or sometimes people call it percolation, percolating that water back into the soil. When you design a stormwater management system, in that scenario, you have to look at the type of soil that you have to make sure the water can pass through the soil. And then also there's an environmental component. You want to make sure that the soil is clean, because you don't want to have water passing through the soil that would be contaminated going into the groundwater. And based on the current condition of the site today from an environmental standpoint, the property owner right now is going through a process with DEP to clean up the site to DEP standards. It's called the Act 2 program. So they're going through that right now. So it'll be clean from a human contact perspective, but from a stormwater management perspective, it won't be clean enough. So we won't be able to pass that water through the soil. So we will be submitting the proper paperwork noting that it's not recommended to pass that water through the soil based on the current environmental condition of the site. However, we are still providing stormwater management. We have an underground system which will be located under the parking lot right here. It's basically a few rows of pipe that will be fully contained. It will hold back the water from a flood control standpoint. And then in this area right here along the frontage of Lancaster Avenue, we have a shallow 2-foot deep pond. It will be dry most of the time except during wet weather. There'll be plants and shrubs that will be planted into that pond. Some people call it a rain garden. But we're using that to treat the whole parking lot from a water quality standpoint. And if you go out to the site today, you don't see that right now. There really aren't any inlets on site right now. So it'll be a significant upgrade from a stormwater management standpoint. Is that it, Don?
I think so.
Yeah.
Could we also, if we could, go back and talk a little bit about the waiver requests that you haven't already addressed so that we can talk about the justification for the waivers?
Sure.
The first one is section 255-29A-12C, width of driveway entrances. Can you address that one?
The code requires specific width at each driveway entrance. There's a requirement at the street line and then at the curb line. In order for us to have adequate vehicle circulation into the site, we are proposing these radii right here, and also here. And the intent of the radii is to make sure that people are getting into the site safely. If you look at some of the sites in downtown Philadelphia, you'll see you don't see that many radii. It's mostly perpendicular curb cut. And what a perpendicular curb cut does, it makes you stop completely and then make the turn. The radius allows you to get into the site safely without having traffic back up to the signal. So that's basically why we're exceeding the requirement due to the radius here and here, and again on Aberdeen Road.
I mean, the way the ordinance is written, it has that you have to have a minimum aisle width of 25 feet, but you can have a maximum at the street line of 25 feet. So under the way the ordinance is written, you can't even have a radius until you get out into the right-of-way, right-of-way.
That's all I have on that one.
Okay. You want to move on to the
Sure.
255-80B2?
Sure. No more than 5 spaces in a continuous row without landscaping. We're asking for a waiver from that request. We are meeting the intent of the code in the sense that we do have multiple landscape islands within the parking lot. We have about 6,000 square foot of landscaping on our site. So although we do meet the intent, the one thing that you like to do for good parking lot layouts is to try and keep all of your landscaping along the perimeter. Because when you put the landscaping in the middle of your parking lot, as described in this this requirement to put a landscape island no more than 5 spaces, those areas really don't survive well in parking lots. So it's better to keep it along the perimeter, which we have done along Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen, so you have more of a vibrant streetscape in that sense.
Can I'm sorry, we finished on that one?
Yeah.
I'd just like to add something on that particular issue. We've done a pretty good job. Most of the areas we don't exceed 7. There's one area where we have 10 parking spaces in the area that Red is pointing to near where the rain garden would be. Right now, there's a requirement for 40 parking spaces, and we have 41. So we have one additional parking space. We'd prefer to have the parking space, but it would be possible to remove one space from there to break up that row of 10 so that we'd be closer to the code compliance. And I did want to indicate it was brought up in one of the other applications that the normal requirement for a landscape island in the rest of the township other than the WBOD is 10 spaces. And in the WBOD, it is indeed 5 spaces, which is, if you think about it, a little curious because parking is at a real premium in the downtown area of Wayne. I mean, most of Wayne doesn't have any off-street parking. The WBOD doesn't have any off-street parking at all. And it seems to me that we're probably one of the few lots that will have the required number of parking spaces. And it's just not practical to get it down to having a landscape island every 5 spaces. So we've done the best we can with that, and we can, as I said, remove one of those spaces in the row of 10.
Regarding section 255-80D, all parking areas shall be buffered from adjacent properties. And for this project, we're proposing a 0 buffer, we're basically maintaining the 0 buffer that exists today in the location of the parking spaces for the municipal building.
And the problem there is if you put a buffer in, the township couldn't park in the parking spaces. And also along that 106 North Aberdeen, the residential property a little bit further to the east, there are a couple of trees that are planted on that property that are very, very close to the property line. And we were actually proposing to increase slightly the existing non-conforming buffer that exists there. And we've been discussing with the Shade Tree Commission, they don't want us to do that because they like it the way that it is. They're trying to protect those trees from damage to the roots. So that's the only area where we're talking about. We comply in every other area except along that back where it's an existing non-conforming situation where you have the entrance from Aberdeen as well.
The next waiver is regarding one street tree is required for each 30 linear feet of right-of-way. And currently, we're not complying with Cromer Road because we're proposing our loading zone in that location.
And on that issue, it's another one of those funny little things where the requirements are different for the WBOD than they are for the general design criteria in Article 5 of the Subdivision and Land Development Ordinance. And we're actually showing the street trees spaced at 30 feet on center. The ordinance in the WBOD, it was our mistake because we put 38B, 255 38B. That's actually for every place but the WBOD. The section in the WBOD is 255-75A, and that requires the trees to be spaced at 40-foot intervals, 40 feet on center rather than 30 feet. So we have more trees along Lancaster Avenue and along Aberdeen than the code requires us to do. We think we're not 100% sure, we think it's at 2 to 3 trees more than we have, which probably makes up for what we don't have along Cromer, where it's just not practical or really feasible to have shade trees along Cromer.
And you can see on the rendering all the trees we're proposing there. There's about 26 for the total site. The next waiver, street trees shall not be planted within 50 feet of the intersection, and we are doing that at both the Aberdeen and Cromer Road intersections with Lancaster Avenue. We're basically doing that to comply with the street tree requirement for both of those frontages. If we can net that 50-foot requirement out, then we might be able to meet that requirement. And the last item is the one that I had discussed previously about surface water shall be encouraged to percolate into the ground. We will submit the documentation from an environmental engineer that talks about why it's not recommended to recharge the groundwater for this site.
Okay, thank you. Dan, was there a traffic study done on this application?
No, one's not required.
Okay.
50,000 square feet is the magic number.
Okay. And any other questions, comments?
This are, so according to my WBOD zoning ordinance, both of the trash receptacles have to be in the back of the property where you're proposing the drive-through. They have to be in the rear of the property and screened, and neither one is in the rear of the property. Section 13 of the WBOD. That's my first comment. The second one is, Dan, do we have delivery time restrictions? I couldn't find them in the WBOD. I'm wondering if they're in the general zoning code.
I don't believe so. Let me take a quick look, but I don't believe so.
So delivering, basically it has to be after 10 o'clock at night next to, that house on Aberdeen, residential street, a residential house right next to this thing. It's going to be having a delivery truck pull up for sure after 10 o'clock at night because they have to wait for the drive-through to close. Okay? And the radii, while it might encourage people to drive off of Lancaster Avenue faster, it sure as heck is going to make the walkway more dangerous for pedestrians, which is the whole point of why we have a Wayne Business Overlay District. So, and our code clearly states a maximum of 25 feet at the street line and 35 at the curb line. You're asking for 33 at the street and 66 at the curb line. I mean, we came across this situation aren't we talking about making something at Conestoga and South Wayne Avenue less of a radii because people come off of Conestoga so fast and speed down South Wayne Avenue, and now we're proposing making what's supposed to be walkable Wayne a place where people can zoom off of Lancaster Avenue into this parking lot. I don't get that. That's all for now. Thank you.
Could I just make a few comments about this? One is, and we will, your point about the trash enclosure is well taken. There's only one trash enclosure. The other one, this is the only trash enclosure. This is not trash up here. It's just this one.
I thought I heard him say it was a roll-up of some sort, plastic, and it's going to have plastic screening.
It's their tote storage. If you ever seen any pharmacy deliver, it's those plastic totes. That's where all the product's stored, and then they reuse that. So that's not trash. They just.
Well, we read section 13.
Just about the loading area, and I think you're aware of this. This is the loading area over here. The residential property we're talking about is over here. So it's not that any loading or unloading will be taking place near the residential property. Granted that the truck, as it pulls out, will go past that residential property. I mean, the CVS, for example, is open 24 hours a day. There are vehicles, pulling out all the time. We're not a 24-hour store, so it's. I don't think we're going to have the impact that a lot of the other pharmacies do have.
I think the difference, though, is that you're specifically stating your deliveries have to occur after 10 o'clock at night to make it work on this property.
Right.
But I don't know if that's the case at CVS.
I'm just saying that the truck will be driving by, but it won't be unloading near her house. The truck's going to be on the other side of the building.
Now it'll be hitting the brakes to take a right on Aberdeen. But that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, there's a gas station right across the street that's open, I think, 24 hours. Red, I don't know, you want to comment on the radii, the comment about the radii? I think part of the issue is going to be what PennDOT will approve there. And I'm not sure that they will approve it in accordance with what the Township Code says.
Actually, that just reminded me, my one last question should have been my first one. Is this the exact plan that was presented to the zoning hearing board? Because the way I read the special exception, the granting of the special exception, is that the plan had to be exactly as presented to the zoning hearing board, that you couldn't make changes to it, otherwise that nullifies your special exception.
I raised that very issue when the zoning hearing board imposed that condition, and I suggested that they impose a condition which said, except to the extent that the plan might be modified during the subdivision land development review process. They didn't change the language in the ordinance, in the decision, but what they did indicate was that they were only talking about in the manner in which the drive-through functioned, because that was what we got the special exception for. And so that they wanted it, if you look at the criteria in the ordinance, it's supposed to be behind the building or not visible from Lancaster Avenue. And so that's what they were referring to, only the way really that the drive-through. Although I think it left a little bit open. If there were significant changes, I think it could be problematic.
But the wording is the same exact plan. Is this the plan, or have you made changes to it?
It is the plan. Rhett, question for you here. And the question is, you're familiar with the zoning plan and this plan. Are there any significant changes between the zoning plan and this plan?
No, it's the same parking, the same trash location, the building's in the same location, loading. So it's the difference is there's more detail, level of information, more engineering information.
Don, if the loading vehicles, the trucks are going to be pulling out heading east behind the building?
Yes.
And supposedly the drive-through will be closed. But people don't always just look at the sign that has the time of the drive-through on it. So if someone's driving down there, isn't that going to be a conflict?
What we were going to do is take Dan's idea about signage, that it's only to be for use of the drive-through, and we thought we could put some, do not enter after 10 p.m. or.
But if someone does.
Well.
I mean, is there going to be enough room to squeeze by? How's that? People are going to go down there. They're going to think, oh, maybe they're still open. Maybe they're not going to know what time it is.
Right.
They're going to drive.
Yeah, I mean, there are things that we could do to try to avoid that. I don't, Rhett, you want to comment on it? I'll let you talk about that.
Can you repeat the question?
Well, the comment was...
I'm concerned about the conflict that's going to be created when a truck, after delivering to the building, pulls out and travels east behind the building, and a car, thinking the drive-through is still open, is traveling west behind the building while that truck is turning.
Well, the store would be closed, so, if it was at night, there won't be any lights on or anything like that to indicate that the store is open. So the idea is that the store, you can't go to the drive-through, you can't go to the store, period. And this is something...
So there won't be a time when the store is open but the drive-through is closed?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is a Rite Aid prototype standard circulation-wise in terms of drive-through. So they do this on all of their, any Rite Aid that you've seen. It has this circulation footprint.
And I had a question for Dan. The township use of the parking spaces, maybe this is a silly question, but is that an important use? I mean, it's obviously not ideal having your parking on shared property. Is that necessary parking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I think, Dan, it's basically employee parking, right? People that come into work and...
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's for the employees. We're pretty limited on space.
I'm sorry, I have two more. Dan, I thought Cromer was one-way, or is it just so narrow that I always think of it as one-way?
No, it's two-way.
It is. And then the other question I have, the typical Rite Aid store I see has an illuminated sign, but in section 14, number N, we prohibit illuminated signs on the WBOD.
We are, I just received a prospective sign package from Rite Aid, and I'm going through it right now. In fact, I was talking to Matt Bauman about it a little bit, and I have some comments I want to make on it before we submit it to the township, but we'll be required to go to the design review board with the sign package. So I'm aware of what the requirements are, and I think the typical package has a message board as well, and that's not permitted under the code. So we've got some work to do on the signage issues.
Is there currently a no left-hand turn lane coming out of onto the Lancaster Avenue? Can you show me where that is on the plan here, on the overlay? One of the shops, I guess it's the Taco Bell, has a no left-hand turn coming out.
I wasn't aware. I don't think they do they?
In the drive-through, yeah. So where is that lay in here? Just I'm trying to get an idea of the distance to Aberdeen from.
Where's the exit for the Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, the existing conditions plan over
This is the first curb cut for Taco Bell. It's about 80 feet. It's 80 feet from the edge of Aberdeen, and then the next curb cut is 140 feet. So there's 80 feet from the curb line of Aberdeen from here.
Yeah, the drive-through would be the one further west.
Right, so it's 140, so it's right in the middle of where the current entrance is. Okay.
I have a question.
And that does not have the restriction for a no left turn.
Right, we have to go to PennDOT. That'll be part of our submission to PennDOT, and PennDOT will determine whether or not a left turn is permitted there. Is that correct? Right.
I have a question on the Taco Bell driveway. It looks like the radius is very similar to what you're proposing for your main access.
It is. There are there are radiuses on there.
You talk about installing a, sorry. You have to deal with the sanitary line, according to this drawing. It goes over to a manhole behind 106. Is that a new manhole or an existing one?
It's an existing manhole.
In the back?
There's an existing manhole right here, and then there's a manhole right here. So there's a sanitary line that runs just like that through the site. Existing sanitary main.
I thought I heard something about replacing, or is that the manhole that's in poor condition along Lancaster Avenue?
The manhole and the sewer line are both in poor condition.
The one on Lancaster Avenue,
Yes.
but not at 106?
That manhole is not in bad shape, as I understand.
Thank you.
If I could ask a question on the loading area. I'm not sure I'm reading this plan right. Do you have a platform that sticks out perpendicular to the building where the truck will back up against it?
There is no platform. It's at the street level, so the truck just pulls
Okay.
up. And
So
then
they basically
they'll-
parallel park next to the building?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Why can't those totes be stored inside the building? Why do they have to be stored outside?
That's more of a Rite Aid operational issue.
Yeah, but basically you're increasing the square footage by doing that. If you put them inside, it would make a cleaner line. And, why should you store them outside?
I'm not.
Okay,
Rite
could
Aid
we look
representative,
into
but
that?
We'll certainly look at it.
Okay. Because, yeah, basically, I know what they are. They're generally little blue plastic things that you see in pharmacies or something like that. But it's like putting your shelving unit outside almost. Why can't you store them inside? I think it would look cleaner, especially since it's on Lancaster Avenue, even if you do fence it in. If they don't take up that much room, I'm sure you could find some space in there somewhere at this point to put them inside. The other question I have is when you said the stormwater the ground is not clean enough to allow the stormwater to perk. What is in the ground? Was there a gas station there at one time that it's?
You're correct. The previous uses of the site there were former gas stations on the site. And there's a lot of historic fill, which is old materials from demolition sites. So the soil is, that's basically why the soil is in the condition that it is in today.
And the Taco Bell was built on top of that?
Yes, yes.
I'm not mistaken, Kathy, the Taco Bell was built on top of the old gas station, and the current Blockbuster, what was the Blockbuster building, was built on top of an old dealership.
That's correct. Actually, the building itself.
Interesting. Okay.
Have you given any thought to just cleaning up the dirt that's under that's contaminated and replacing it with fresh? I know that would add a fair amount of cost to it, but at least clean it up and get it out of town.
Well, there's going to be some type of cleanup involved to meet DEP standards, but
not enough.
It would
to
be
make
a
us-
massive. You would take 10 feet of soil across the whole site. It would be too expensive. Some of the soil has to get shipped over to Michigan to dispose of because it's at the levels that it's are, so it becomes very costly to do that. Typically, developers won't export that much material off-site. It's just too expensive.
I had one last comment also on the trash containers. That does not seem like a really great spot to put them. I don't know where else you could put them here other than to maybe put a cutout into the building and let them slide into there. But I guess, are these the type of dumpsters where a trash truck backs up and picks them up?
Yes.
So you have to have that clear space for backing up into them?
Yes, most likely it would be a front loader.
A front loader? Okay.
And then
That limits your
the enclosure will
access
what the enclosure will look like. It'll look just like the building.
I have a question about the trash also. Do you have a door that opens from the building directly into the dumpster?
No, it's going to be gated along the front there.
Would the township consider swapping 2 spots behind the building? I'm serious. And then picking up 2 spots over here, just change the easement?
Pretty bad space. Any other further comments, questions? Do we go to public comment?
I have a quick question for the township, which you probably can't answer right now, but maybe you could look into it. I know a lot of the maintenance people, the number of maintenance people has been reduced. Do you still need the amount of parking there that you had for your earlier crews?
Yeah, we actually have an agreement with the property on North Aberdeen Avenue that the guys can spill over, and that's going to be redeveloped. So we're
Which
losing-
property on North Aberdeen?
It's the, well, it's becoming the new veterinarian office where the Federal Reserve used to be.
Oh, okay.
So we had an agreement with the Federal Reserve to use those parking spaces as we need it, and we are losing that
Now
opportunity.
you're losing that?
Right.
Okay. What's the total number of parking spots at Plain Avenue there where the trucks pick up?
For the employees?
For the employees.
I'm going to say it's probably 45-ish, but.
And that's not enough?
No.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Just one more question on the truck access in the back. Can you walk me through how that exactly works? He backs up to the loading dock, and then walk me how they pull out.
Is there an actual loading dock?
No.
There is no dock, it's
I'm
it's
sorry,
all
loading-
at
loading
grade.
area, loading
It's
area.
all at grade. The truck's going to come in from Lancaster Avenue. He's going to make a left turn in, and then the loading area the rendering's a little bit confusing. The tan areas are concrete areas, so the loading area is actually, we actually have an oversized loading area. It's from here to here. The truck itself is going to be about 50 feet long, so the edge of the truck is going to be right about here. All right? So when he comes in, he's going to come in, and then he's going to back his way in, and then he's going to maneuver back out and make a right-hand turn, come out, make a right-hand turn on Aberdeen, and then move on his way in Lancaster Avenue.
Okay, so the biggest truck you have is 15 feet.
55 feet.
55 feet.
But
So where does that
55
come- Can you show me where that comes to?
55 feet comes right about here. So there was a
Across to
question.
the doors. So can he make that turn in the back? Well, how does he go out? Through the,
He's gonna be able to make that turn, and we'll, as part of our resubmittal, we'll show a truck turning template for that.
and then this 12-foot, oh, that's just a line, okay. That's
So you-
just this line is just a painted line on the.
Right
what is-
here.
What is the line? Yeah.
You have, you have almost 30 feet to make between here and here
But
to
you
make
only
that
have
turn.
12 feet in width at the back of that. What is that line? Is it a
Right here?
curve? Is it a,
This is striping.
just striping?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you have about 30 feet from here. In a typical shopping center, those large, big box retailers that you see, the main drive aisles where all the trucks are driving through is 30 feet wide, so you do have plenty of room there.
I have one more question. What architectural offsets are you utilizing on the lengths of this that are greater than 50 feet? Because Section 7 of the WBOD-F doesn't make a distinction between the front or the back or the sides. It just says, where it exceeds a width of 50 feet, you have to have architectural offsets. I only see them on the front of the building.
I'm not the architect, but,
On the short side of the building.
where's that? Yeah. Right here?
Right there. Right here. Right there is an offset right there.
Right, but on Cromer and in the back.
Right, Cromer in the back. so it was not
Along
part of
Cromer
the
is more than 50 feet, and along the back of the building's more than 50 feet.
Now, we'll have to take a look at that. I'm not aware that the architectural offsets apply to the rear of the building. I hear what you're saying. I will look at it, but if it does apply, that's news to me, and we'll have to look at that.
No, Dan, can you clarify? Because it doesn't make a distinction about whether it's the front or the back or the side of the building. It's Section 7, number F, the WBOD.
I'm going to have to check. It was never, in my mind, it was always the front facade was.
I know, but you can
was
come
the
down
issue.
Lancaster Avenue and see, well, going east on Lancaster, look down Cromer and see,
You're not going to see much of that side of that building.
because of Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's tucked away back there. I don't think you're going to see too much of it.
Well, if you look into it.
But I'll talk.
We'll look at that.
I'll talk to Matt Ballman.
Any other questions, comments?
If I remember correctly, from what I heard, although I can't find it in the notes here, did I hear that you've been granted an exception from the WBOD for not making it 2 stories tall?
Right.
Not even, no, when it first came here, months ago, there was a picture of a faux second story to at least comply with that.
That's still there. That's still there.
So,
I think you might have even been at the hearing that we had. That was the very first zoning hearing that we had. And yes, that we did, at the second floor, there's actually a mezzanine up there. And it's a small area where you could put a little office area. And at the zoning hearing board meeting, I took the position that it says 2 stories. It doesn't say that the second story has to completely cover the first story. And at the hearing, the zoning hearing board solicitor said, well, that seems to be right. I don't see anywhere where it says it has to cover the whole thing. However, when they rendered their decision, they made a finding. I mean, when the written decision came out, they said that mezzanine didn't comply, but they gave us a variance for it. But it does have the appearance of a 2-story building. It just isn't going to have somebody living above it or something like that.
which does conflict specifically with what the intent of WBOD was.
Well, we did that back in probably 2008, I think, and I think you were there at the time and
Oh, I
expressed the
know.
same sentiment, I think.
And well, I'm going to say it in 5 years.
Right.
Okay, any further comments? Questions? Public comment? Please state your name and address for the record.
Ruth Wisniewski, 106 North Aberdeen Avenue. You've been talking about me all night. I'm not thrilled with trucks driving past after 10 o'clock at night. I don't think that's they probably don't want to go out onto Lancaster, but 10 o'clock it's bad enough that Taco Bell delivers about 4:30 in the morning, and they used to have Howard Stern on. Also, the exit onto Aberdeen is very close to my existing hedge, and I'm at this point going to request a fence of some sort rather than using my hedge. Taco Bell didn't even approach me about a fence. But you're still fencing a 6'8", however tall the fence is, and now you're trying to exit onto a 3-foot sidewalk. The sidewalk coming down here is just a residential sidewalk. And you don't have sight line coming out. There's been a lot of near misses, especially Capri's open. People are walking down the street with their kids running ahead, and there's breaks all the time. And that's my also concern about a truck coming down, because that space right there of road is incredibly busy. With the gas station, people jump the curb all the time. There's cars coming out of, and if this former Acme is developed with more restaurants, you're going to have a lot more, and potentially later night traffic going on at this time. So I don't know what they can do about rerouting a 55-foot truck turning onto Aberdeen at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, or however long it takes them to unload. It's still a busy intersection, a busy area, especially in the nicer weather. Also, I'm confused about the manhole. I thought they were talking about a new one.
Yes, I'm looking for a new one, but the
Okay.
sewer line needs to be
Upgraded.
replaced. Yes.
Okay, so it is a new manhole that's going to be needed. That's pretty much it. The fence is my priority, and I understand my trees that are there, if shade tree has an issue, is they're volunteer trees. No one planted them. They just kind of grew. So if they go, I think we can volunteer some more. They grow pretty fast there. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sure.
We did look at the site distance, and we do have the site distance.
Okay.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. I have three, hopefully very brief comments. The first relates, I don't think Dan gave himself enough credit on the zoning hearing board corrections. The first one, which was 280, listed as 280/5280, is in fact corrected to 5380. As he said, that's the one that relates to building height. So if you're keeping score, the other ones where it's 280/53/9A and 9F, those are correct. There's no correction needed for those. The first one is what allows the drive-through A. F is what designates the criteria that will allow the special exception. So there's just the one typo on the top. 5280 should be 5380, if you're keeping score at home. Number two, just wanted to reiterate to the board, because there's a number of saldo waivers that are being requested here. And although this is a body that recommends to the Board of Commissioners, I think it's worthwhile to read what the Board of Commissioners consider for saldo waivers. And this is from 25511, relief from unnecessary hardship. And I'll just read the first sentence from A. The Board of Commissioners may grant a modification of the requirements of one or more provisions of this chapter if the literal enforcement will exact undue hardship because of peculiar conditions pertaining to the land in question. And it goes on to talk about providing that it doesn't hurt other things. Things like percolation, that may be perfectly appropriate, but when you're trying to say, well, we're living up to the intent, it's, especially when you're starting from scratch with a development like this, there's got to be something to do with the land itself in terms of its shape, its other issues that would allow that. So in looking at recommendations, please keep that in mind. And my third point, I just want to follow the WBOD zoning code, starting very, very quickly at 280/53/8A, which, or 53/8 is area yard setback coverage height regulations. This is, by the way, this is the E where they got the building height variance. A is the front yard setback, and says buildings and structures shall be located at the build-to line as set forth in Table 1 of this article. So if we go to Table 1, which is a 2-page document, and on the first page of Table 1, the sixth line is, the columns are street where property fronts, and the sixth line is East Lancaster Avenue, north side, Luella Court to North Aberdeen, 45 feet is the build-to line. If then you turn to the second page of this table and look at the first line of that, street where property fronts, North Aberdeen Avenue, from East Lancaster Avenue to Amtrak Railroad, 45 feet. This plan, according to the WBOZ zoning, it needs to be a build-to line not only here, but here. This building needs to be over here. And there's, if you read the code, there's no, it's just like a corner property, everything else, where you have two front yard setbacks. If you look, actually you get an advantage in the WBOD because there's no side and rear yard. You get to do kind of whatever you want there. But where it does front one of the streets listed in the table, and you meet the criteria, which is what they're doing here, you have to build to the build-to line. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Jim Schneller, I shop at the St. David's Park. I shop daily at the location and utilize the sidewalks extensively, mostly on foot and by bicycle. So I'm acutely aware of the situation. And Barron's comment about the corner is, Mr. Gemmer, is astute. And I'd like to say that I had no idea that was the situation, but I came up here with the intent to suggest in all possibility, and as I did to the Board of Commissioners a week ago, is that this happens to be a really large plot of land, and Wayne is tremendously in need of a parking garage. And I really think we may be looking at the last or the best possibility for a location for parking garage. And I know Rite Aid is a wonderful, long-time resident. And I was just hoping I might possibly suggest that to them. I know that the two-story requirement being granted a waiver is disturbing to a lot of people who've watched the overlay come and apparently go. It's a tossing of an important requirement. I don't think the zoning hearing board had really any basis to do it. So once again, with a parking garage at this location, I won't diverge, but it's a golden opportunity, and it's an opportunity for the developer and the landowner and for the pharmacy to have what would be pretty much a landmark entranceway into the Wayne Business District. Assuming that this plan is what's presented, I have to repeat some points I've made, and I'll only repeat the major ones, is that the Aberdeen sidewalk has been talked about tonight. I'd like to state also that it is a major thoroughfare for children, and that is partly because of St. Catherine's School, which is across the street. It's also because of bus requirements, where some families in Wayne have large incentives to have the children walk to the middle school. It was mentioned that it's a 3-foot sidewalk, and we really have to encourage the best development possible and long-term. Speaking of long-term, the Board of Commissioners just approved a traffic study for the downtown district on Monday, and I encourage them to try to bring it up to the end of the business district, because of development right across the street in the former Acme lot, because of the school and church, which have increasing traffic, and of course the Aberdeen stretch all the way to Conestoga Road to Lancaster Pike is a problem area, acutely felt in the past year, judging from all the citizen uproar. With the proper prediction of traffic, and I believe that the Board of Commissioners, when they approved that drive-through variance or the change of language, they directed some sort of a traffic study. I don't know if the square footage was larger at that time, but I hope the commission might urge as a condition that the commissioners consider having the traffic study extend all the way down to this corner. And that leads me to something I'd really strongly request. I've urged it in proceedings like this since this started. The Aberdeen entrance really is a safety issue, and it's a very dangerous situation, and there's two prongs to that. When it's congested, nobody can get in or out, and you're liable or susceptible to backups onto the pike from people trying to turn left, and any other number of permutations. I think it's a nightmare, because traffic is always on the increase, and what about when the Acme Center opens? I don't think you should leave it for then. Likewise, after 8 p.m., it's busy, but it's open, and people rush for that light. And you'll see the sudden stops, and you'll see the people out of that gas station, the AM, PM, having no guidance. They can come and go as they please. And it's fortunate that Taco Bell's been slow all these years. I mean, it's something I just urge you, together with the school children's walking pathway, to not utilize it. I don't think that there's any hardship imposed by using this entrance. I think also that the curb cuts and the whatever that requirement is under A12C, 29A12C on Aberdeen is an indicator of what's being sought to be allayed, but if they need a narrow cut here and that keeps people cautious on their exit, keep it. And I am astounded that this is now a two-way come and go on the Aberdeen entrance. I don't think that was stated to be the case before the Board of Commissioners when they took a hard look at this, and it's unbelievable to me. On the other hand, with the 5-space requirement, I think that you have some leeway there, because ultimately, if this is the overall plan you're going with, you don't want to have people weaving around a 2-tree island where there's only, 25 spaces. I think whatever you determine, though, you should put the exact same condition on CVS, because they've been granted, I don't know how, a desert plain of a parking lot half a block down. Nobody's ever gone after them about having no landscaping whatsoever. And I think they should come up to par. It'd be a good time to go after them. So, thank you so much. Keep the traffic safety in mind. You're probably going to see a lot of this. I think a parking garage is appropriate here. It's not near downtown. Where are you going to find a place downtown? So I'm going to be pushing that idea around.
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Back to planners for discussion and other comments.
Yeah, I do remember when the first time this came around, the building was at the corner. What allows you to set that back?
No, I don't, we've never had the building at the corner. We had some discussion. I've had some discussion with Matt Baumann, and initially the staff had thought that maybe it should be at the intersection of Lancaster and Aberdeen. We went through demonstrating the various issues the problems that were caused by doing that, and Matt has at least indicated to me that he's come around to our way of thinking that, he likes the location, where it is, but we never had it there. But you're right, there was a comment in a initial staff review of a sketch plan, I think, to that effect.
Did you get a variance?
Is that a requirement that you need a variance for?
I don't think it applies when you have to comply with both, but I need to take a look at that issue.
On the front page, I guess it's sheet number 2, I have a question. It says building width is required to be 50 feet, and what's provided is 39.7. Where is this building 39.7 feet?
Building width.
In any width? That's my first question about it. And then you yourselves on this plan acknowledge that Aberdeen is a front yard setback, right on page 2.
I'm sorry, is it what?
This plan itself acknowledges that Aberdeen is a front yard setback, because it says it's required.
Well, so is Cromer. I mean, you've got...
No, it's on here, it says that it's a side yard.
Well...
Cromer's not listed as a front yard.
Well, if you have 3, you may be able to designate 2. You might be right on that. Your note was on sheet 2?
On sheet 2, it just says that the building width is required to be 50, but that what's provided is 39.7. Yeah, right over there. Is that a typo? What is that?
Those are the undulations in the building.
Pardon?
Those are the undulations in the building where there's an offset, so there's 39.7 feet and then an offset.
Thank you. Great.
Other comments? I mean, I believe, Don, you said that you need to go back and look at a few things on this. I don't think it's ready for prime time viewing just yet for us to go forward on this, but I do want to make sure that all the Planning Commission members have stated their comments so that they can, you can come back and come and see us next month again.
Okay.
Does anyone have comments they want to relay at
I'm
this point in
just
time?
concerned, we talked about possibly adding another island to break up some of the parking to meet the 5 spaces maximum code. And I just wanted to make the point that for myself, if there's any additional greenery, I'd want it to be at that corner. I'd rather have the 7 spaces in a row. I don't think it breaks the intent of the district to keep this parking spaces small. This is not a big parking area.
Right.
But to have that big green blob at the corner there, I think it's going to have a better impact for the township.
I agree.
Actually, I have one comment, and you're going to shoot me.
I was going to say.
I think the building's too big. I'm sorry, but it's really shoehorned in with the entrances and the pathway around the building for the trucks. And I know you meet the parking, and I think your parking lot is attractive, and you're probably the only building in Wayne that meets the parking minimums. But when you look at the access for the trucks and everything, I really think it's tight. I would preferably like to see a little bit taken off the side on Cromer Road that would open that up more.
Just one point. We did The building is a lot further from Cromer than the existing building is. I don't know if you saw that on the existing conditions plan, but we've moved it considerably off of Cromer as it is.
But I think this, well, no, it's not. I was thinking this is a bigger building. Is this bigger than what is currently there?
It's bigger than the Blockbuster
That's what I
building.
thought.
In fact, it's probably slightly bigger than the combination of the two buildings that are on the site.
But, and also, I think, this is not an excuse, but I think if you went to second-story occupation here, you would not meet the parking requirements.
That would probably be true. I mean, unless you did what they did at the Bank of America and put one 4,000 square foot condominium that never sold, and you needed 2 parking spaces, you'd be close.
Yeah, exactly. But, since this is preliminary and since, I just think it's a little large. Actually, I think it's a lot large for what's there, even though you meet the parking requirements. And if there's any way that it could be trimmed back a little bit, probably on Cromer's Road to allow more room around it to turn, I think it would be better. And also, I really would like to see something done with the trash receptacles and that little container thing that's hanging on the front.
We're required to have a certain type of trash receptacle, not a dumpster, but for people that are walking by, by WBOD.
I'm talking about
I know.
placement.
Yes,
Yeah.
I understand. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So, Mark, maybe a question for Peter. So do we have zoning issues still in this plan, the way it's presented tonight?
Well, I'm coming in late in the game, so I don't know all that's been discussed, and I don't know what Matt told them. But from my standpoint, yes, there's definitely zoning issues, starting with the build-to line, which obviously that would make a huge impact upon this. There's also questions on the building, I forgot the term.
Facade.
The offsets.
Offsets.
Offsets, certainly along Cromer's Road.
Right.
Looking at that quickly, it looks like that they might be required on that side. But like I said, before I would make a final comment or opinion, I would like to talk to Matt and find out what he was discussed, and he certainly is more familiar with the zoning ordinance than I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I have to echo Kathy's comments, but even a little bit more than just it's too big. This building is actually 40% bigger than the existing Blockbuster building, if you do the math. And I know they're going to take out Taco Bell, but Taco Bell's only about, I think it was 1,200 square feet. And it doesn't have the same mass as the Blockbuster building. This is big, and I think you guys wrote your own special exception, and on top of that, you still need a boatload of waivers and a bunch of zoning variances. It feels like you're trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole, or a big rectangle one. So it's, there's a lot of things, but just a lot of issues with this, and I think they bear out in the number of waivers you're looking for and the number of issues that the subdivision committee had. Even some of the, zoning that I picked up on tonight, and I'm probably not the most well-versed on zoning up here. But I do know that the one from just a pure safety standpoint, if nothing else, is, I think that turning radius on Aberdeen, which is not referenced on your plan, only the waiver for the Lancaster Avenue curb cut and street cut is referenced on the plan. So I don't know if you put in paperwork for both of those waivers or just the one or the other. But I think that turning radius is more about getting the truck out of there, which would be tough to do. The delivery truck would be tough to do without that radius. And yet, Mr. Schneller and a couple of other people referenced that's a small street where kids are likely to come running down, going to church, St. Catherine's, whatever. And we really can't have a situation where people are going to be more easily able to pull out too fast and swing into the road. I can't support something that I think could be really dangerous.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. With that,
Thank you.
Next month? Timing-wise, we're okay on the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was, this is the first planning commission meeting, I think the 90 days starts to run today.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I assume you're tabling the plan until the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have to make a motion for that?
Yes, we'll do a motion for that.
I move that we table that application.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. It is 11:15 at night. My mind is roaming. Okay, next on our agenda. This is the sketch plan for subdivision 2011 S05 of Bentley Homes to subdivide existing 4.634 acre parcel into 12 residential lots at 1430 County Line Road. The applicant is present, I know. Do we have an update on the game?
Now, I heard at halftime, 21-18. UConn's up by 10. 21-18 at halftime.
Okay, take it away, Dan.
Okay, we have, this is what exists today on the Gibbs tract, Lancaster Avenue running in east-west direction. We have County Line Road running also in an east-west direction. Well, take that back, it's more north. Airedale Road is off to the east down here, and Lowry's Lane is a little bit further to the north. The tract is shown in blue. The existing property, the existing buildings are shown in yellow, and there's a gravel driveway that's kind of a horseshoe that's shown in here. Basically, the site runs kind of in a from a north to a south direction. There's a pond in the bottom corner. And what's proposed, $12 single-family homes. So again, the property is shown in blue. The proposed lot lines are shown in dotted blue. Proposed houses are shown in green, and the driveways or impervious materials, there's the porches or decks on the back, but the driveways are basically shown in the purple. Well, I don't know if they're decks or patios, but
That's the back.
yep, yeah, everything is facing County Line Road.
So is the pond existing?
Yes, pond exists.
Everything's facing inside.
Well, everything is facing County Line Road. These are their driveways to get out to County Line Road. So the subdivision, as noted earlier, this is a sketch plan, so it was reviewed as a sketch. There were 6 comments from the Subdivision Advisory Committee. Item number 1 is related to steep slopes. There's some areas of steep slope that run through the middle of the property. They may be man-made, but they should still be identified as steep slopes. Item number 2, we're looking for any wetlands that may be on the property to be identified and noted as wetlands. Item number 3, we are looking for a sidewalk to be installed across the frontage of Lancaster Avenue. There is a small piece of sidewalk down at the Township Park at Unkeefer, so we are looking to continue that sidewalk up here. Item number 4, it appears that the width to depth ratio exceeds the 2.5 that is required under section 255-34E. Item number 5 is just refers to the right-of-way of Lancaster Avenue. Our records show it's 60 feet. The ultimate right-of-way is 80. but the 60 feet should be shown. And item number 6 is in reference to the open space that is proposed, and we're just looking to see if that's going to be maintained by a homeowners association or some other entity. And they were the comments at this point.
Okay. Mr. Cornelia?
Just a couple comments on Dan's. And Dan, I think on number 4, which is the one that I want to address here, you were using on the lot depth, I believe you're bringing that all the way out to the middle of the street? On the lot on the...
Well, that's the depth of the lot, yes.
Okay, because if you look at the code, and perhaps we should have an interpretation of this from the solicitor, when you look at lot width, that definition, as Dan mentioned, it states that the depth of the lot shall not exceed their width by more than 2.5 times. And then you look at the definition of lot depth under section 6, 255-6, and it says the mean distance from the street line. And then you look at definition of street line and it refers to the right-of-way. And so that, if you look at the definition in that manner, and that's how the engineer approached it, is that they do comply on that requirement of the code. This is basically a by right waiverless plan. It's in an R4 zoning district. The minimum lot size is 7,000 square feet, and you'll notice that most of the lot sizes are almost double that, 13,000, 12,000, 11,000, things of that nature. But as I said, I think the crucial one here is determining what the lot, the 2.5 times the lot width is, and according to the code, as I mentioned, it runs from the right-of-way, which still has an effect. Because the right-of-way only being 60, it does make the lot a little bit longer. But they do comply if you look at it that way, which is the way the definitions read in the code. And the only other comment I would have would just really be on the sidewalks. The sidewalk, as Dan mentioned, is PLU, that's the Township Park, and there's no other sidewalk until you get across Lowry's Lane. So really, again, it's probably sidewalk to nowhere, but they're really the two comments that I have on Dan's comments. And I just, if we can just get clarification on that number 4.
Okay, comments, questions?
Yeah. Nick, I have a question, several. You were putting 6 houses on interior lots, basically, because they're exiting on the county line with no public road? Are you kidding me?
Well, actually, we can do a by right plan here, which I'll show you too.
Yeah, I know by right.
But cul-de-sac, which is 16 lots, which obviously we've already kind of, this plan here shows the cul-de-sac with the public road that shows 16 lots, which again, they're smaller lots, obviously, would be smaller homes, and Bentley obviously doesn't want to build small homes here, and that's why they have the larger lots.
But this is, I interpret this, and looking at this driveway coming from county line is 10 feet wide, the pink part there.
Mm-hmm.
How are these cars going to pass each other? If they have a party, where are the people going to park?
It has...
How do trash trucks get in there? They have to back up that long distance?
Again,
You need a road.
the code permits 3 homes on each common driveway. You know, our code
But this
permits
is not
that.
good planning. The code may permit it, but you need to look at the health, safety, and welfare of the individuals that are going to live there. And you cannot get fire trucks, the trash trucks, people in and out of those homes, clear snow. Where are they going to park? It just makes no sense at all, because they're most likely not going to be inexpensive houses. So you need to have parking. You need to have the ability of people to pass each other in the driveway.
Yeah. And just to note, we do have, obviously, they have loaded garages here. So I believe they're 2-car garages. Is that what we have, Tom? 2-car garages, and certainly you have areas in front where there'll be parking. But I understand, you know.
I think it's a very bad plan. If you want to get a lot of houses there, why don't you look at density modification? Why don't you look at, you can't do that? No, okay.
Yeah, I think it's too small for, we looked at the density mod, and I think it has to be a certain size, 5
How about
acres.
something like, you know, clustered houses where you have a couple together, you got to get a road in the middle of that. I just can't see it going that way. Use some of that extra space and put a road in.
Why couldn't you go directly on Lancaster Avenue?
Well, that's bad too. I think they'd rather exit off a county line. But you could put a road in there. If you have that extra space, it wouldn't be that much more difficult to put a road through. Just make the two pink driveways there become a road and make it wide enough to go to these houses. And then have some sort of turnaround at the end. You need to look at putting a road in there.
I could answer. Hi, I'm Tom Bentley. We would be fine to combine those two driveways and make them 20 feet wide, but we felt that the code would interpret that as one driveway serving 6 houses. So we did this by right by your codes. I mean, if you give us permission to combine those two driveways and have the property line running down the middle of the driveways,
I'd really rather see a road. Why can't you put a road in there?
Well, it's expensive. These are
That's
hard.
part of development.
I know, but it's hard times right now. If you want to sell homes, you got to have them be the right prices, and it's hard to bring stuff in for a decent
What price range do you think these would be?
Well, I don't know exactly where they're going to be, but we're going to try and get it as low as we can.
But I just think it's bad planning. I don't think it's safe for the people living there.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to contribute to a lot of neighborhood fights because
We can make the
your
driveways.
kids-
I understand.
Yeah, your kid's car is blocking my house.
We drew
I can't get in
about
there.
20 different plans, and when we came up with it, I don't want to be in front of you guys for like 2 years. When we came up with what we had to go with to get this done quickly, because we need to get it done quickly, this was a plan that was waiverless, that we had met all your ordinances, and it was the right plan for us to do. Now, if you want us to give us waivers to combine a couple things and have a driveway go in there, I can't afford to bring homes in for the price I'm paying for the land, and have granite curbs every place and do that kind of stuff. But we could do a more substantial private road, and have what you're talking about. I think it's a great idea, but it doesn't meet your codes. So if you want to give us a waiver for that, we'll do it.
I'm not in a position to give you a waiver.
Okay, well, exactly. That's why I drew what I did.
But, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know my feelings.
What's the, Dan, I'm sorry, Dan, where are the steep slopes? The plan I have is so jumbled up. I see a little bit on this.
Yeah, there's some here. And Dan mentioned something in the middle of the property, Dan?
Yeah,
In
there's
this
a
area?
couple of bands that run through the middle of the property. That,
Okay. I mean, somebody in the public shared with me that there is no distinction about man-made and natural steep slopes after that 2007 decision. So, they can't build in the steep slopes. That's one thing. And I did have another question. I can't think of what it is just off the top of my head. So is Peter looking up the whole 2.5 times? Are you going to render something about that later?
No, I think that's appropriate to deal with at a later time.
Right, okay, great.
What is the size of the proposed houses? Square footage?
We're thinking 2,700 to like 3,800. And this is just a concept we have right here. We want to kind of have a look like that.
Okay.
I did remember my question. What's the zoning across the street in Lower Merion Township? You don't know? Okay.
And Dan, we don't have any sidewalks along county line, do we?
The sidewalk on the Lower Merion side.
Lower Merion side, okay.
Nick, what were your thinking with the little piece of open space there? It doesn't seem big enough to have any use.
Do you want to, or someone want to address that?
We had more lot than we needed. I mean, these lots are only required to be 7,000 square feet, and I think our average is probably about 14,000 square feet. So we just decided to create a little space. I mean, these lots are in the back. They really don't have any place to, walk their dogs or anything like that. Just thought it'd be a nice thing to do. It also helps us with the 2.5 to 1 requirement that you have. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any other comments?
It seems awfully packed.
Yeah.
I know it meets the codes, but putting 12 houses on that piece of property just doesn't seem like the right thing to do.
Out of curiosity, that drawing you showed us with everybody on one cul-de-sac, that's not exactly gorgeous either, but it's safer, but why didn't you pursue that out of curiosity?
As I mentioned, Bentley really wants a little bit larger homes, a little bit larger lots, and that was really the reason, and economics. This plan probably would be more expensive because of the improvements.
And that's 16 by right there, Nick?
That's 16.
Well, if you took away the 4 off of County Line and repositioned those, maybe it would still work out. You'd still have 12 and 12 and bigger. I guess it's the lots on Lancaster. That would be small.
Okay.
You'll notice too, in the area, actually on this map up here, it kind of shows along Lowry's obviously have smaller lots that are consistent. This is all zoned, this blue area is all zoned to R4. Along Lowry's, the lots are consistent with the lots that are being proposed here, and actually some of the lots, these lots here on County Line are slightly larger than the lots that are being proposed for this development.
Okay. Usually with sketch plan, we have every member make an input. Ken, we're going to start down at your end. Overall thoughts on the plan, give the developer some ideas, or you don't have to have one. And just
I think the plan with the cul-de-sac's tough, just in, I don't think you'll ever get the curb cut on Lancaster Avenue. Have you looked into that? I mean, did you get that far of exploring what that would entail?
Well, we can get it. It's just, might take a while.
Yeah. I mean, my comment is like everybody else. I think it just looks like a lot on that property. No one was there.
Address the board one more time?
please.
Yeah. I know this is not a pretty looking plan, but if you look at the blue part of the plan of the map of the plans that we submitted to you, and you look at the size of most of the lots in the R4 section, they really are much, much smaller. Some of our lots are 3 times the size of what your zoning calls for in the R4 district. So I know this plan does not look real pretty from above, but it is a plan that would enable, a young couple to buy a house and live in Radnor Township, be in a good school district. It is a pretty easy site to develop. It doesn't require a lot of grading. It doesn't require a lot of road work. It doesn't require a lot of retention basins. And the lots really are bigger than what is in the rest of the R4 district. There's only a couple lots in the whole district that are bigger than the lots that we've proposed. I mean, maybe 3 or 4. And they're just right to our west. But if you look at most of the lots, they're like, 5,000 square feet, 6,000 square feet. So ours are 14,000. So I can tell that made a lot of impression upon you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Susan?
Well, this neighborhood's the wrong zoning. That's why this looks out of place. This doesn't, I was shocked to see that this was the same zoning as across the street in Garrett Hill. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's all I can say. It's too dense. And there's nothing in Garrett Hill where there's houses right behind the next one like that, unless they front on that street. So it's not really comparable to the rest of R4.
I already said they're just too much There's too much density. It is a shame that it's zoned R4. And this is actually able to be done by right, because I think that, you look at the piece of property as it is now, and this is, she said, it's not good planning, and I concur on that. Especially the fact, you've got shared driveways going down the county line. I would think that you would want to simply divide it, have half of them go out on Lancaster. I know that that's not what most people would want to do, but that would eliminate the shared driveway problem. What is what it is, thanks.
I think I'll go the other way. I'd like to commend you guys for coming in here with this already downsized, because you would have shown us the 16-lot plan with that big road coming out on Lancaster Avenue. We would have been asking you to do exactly what you just did. So you probably saved one whole step in the process. So, there's nothing we can do about it. It is R4. We have to live with that fact. I like that concept of merging that driveway into one, coming back and asking us for a variance. But, yeah, would I like you to come back with 10 instead of 12? Sure. But you already came down from 16. I think we have to remember that if these facts are correct, and I would believe they would be, they can do 16 lots here. There's nothing we can do about it. Just a tough site. So I would thank you for, especially at this time of night, for saving this one whole step and going from 16 to 12. And I'll remember and give you credit for that the next time you come in.
Julia?
I have nothing new to add.
That was quick. Steve?
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the number of lots. I mean, it's zoned properly, and, you've produced less. The big problem I have, there's no way I can, how do you come down a 10-foot driveway? I mean, how do you have two-way traffic on a 10-foot driveway? I mean, two cars can't get by. It's impossible. So to me, that is nuts. So I think I would be in favor of, if you came back with a variance, I don't know if 20 feet is right, Dan, or if it should be 30. I mean, you've got a 40-foot right-of-way coming in here. I'd like to see expand that to either 20 feet of paved road surface or 24 feet. I think you know what is proper for two cars to cross, whatever that might be, that dimension. I'd like to see if there's some way you could also allow these other two driveways to come in to access each of the three lots to also have a 20-foot, cartway, so two cars could pass. I don't see how it's going to hurt you, because you've got this 2.5 to 1 ratio issue going on. So I think the only issue is the additional cost of the blacktop, which shouldn't be that extensive. So they're my comments.
Skip?
You basically, my right-hand maid had everything that I wanted to say at this point. I wish there was some way you could tweak it a tiny bit more for aesthetics. I'm sure there's something you could do. And maybe the driveway doesn't have to be a complete straight shot, I don't know. But that's an aesthetic call, and I do appreciate the fact that these are large lots in an R4 setting.
Could we look at your cul-de-sac plan again? Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on that? Okay. All right. That's good. Now, is there some way of, you said this was the houses were too small in this configuration, correct?
Yes, and the lots.
Okay.
I mean, small.
Couldn't you rearrange these lots in some sort of manner to get your, what'd you have on the other one, 12, to get your 12 lots, but be a little more creative with the positioning, maybe turn the cul-de-sac, bring the cul-de-sac up towards county line a little bit, twist it that way, and then you could give the people that are along Lancaster a little bit more backyard space there. You have a lot of ground here. You should be able to work with it better, I think, but I really need to see a road in there somehow, and this does address that. But I think if you tweak it a little bit, you might be able to get something better out of it.
Yeah, one thing that, we can look at too, perhaps, is a private road, but again, the requirements for a private road in the code are pretty strenuous. So, that's something we can look at, Tom. But again, if it's according to code, we're going to need waivers on it.
Yeah, I just need to say something. To do a public road in Radnor Township for anything less than like 30 lots is like, I don't even want to tell you what I think it's like, but it would be like a great deal of effort for not much result.
Well, how about this?
And so hold on.
Go ahead.
We've done $6,000 worth of plans so far, trying different, and we've come in and talked to your staff about different options. And the problem with the private road is there's really nothing that defines a private road. Dan told us he wanted granite curbing on the private road. He wanted township specs on the private road. By the time I got done with the private road, I was building a township road. And then there's no, I've got, 12 people here that are all going to disagree about how wide a private road should be, because there's nothing in your ordinance that says how wide a private road should be. So when we went through all the options, and we are trying to stay in business right now, and it's very hard to bring a new home in for a price that people will buy. And the only way we can do it is to come up with something like this. It is pretty low intensity development wise, and this is a low intensity job. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of disturbance. There actually is not, if we did a road, there would be a huge amount of disturbance, big retention basin, lots of dirt moving, lots of dirt on the streets. This is like more gentle. We wouldn't put the driveways in until we built the houses. So I really, when we went through everything, although this plan does not look creative, I've done some great creative plans in my 37 years of business. This is not the most creative thing I've ever done. But for the times that we're in right now, this is the right plan to do. And this is the only plan that we feel that we can do and bring these houses in for something that's affordable. And we think they'll sell well in Radnor Township. We really do.
Would it save you any money if you shortened the road and you did not take it out to Lancaster Avenue? Just brought it in with the cul-de-sac?
It still would be a public road or a private road, and I'm telling you, it's not. Look at, I mean, you guys are like, you have a major show going on here. It would be a big deal to get a road approved and to have it meet all the ordinances that you have and all the ordinances that the county has and the granite curbing and everything else. It wouldn't work feasible. I mean, just economically, it wouldn't work. I think the driveway thing will work. I think actually what has been given back to us by 3 people with combining that and asking for a waiver, I think that would answer the trash, the fire, a lot of the issues. I mean, if we could combine those two. And I always do a lot of landscaping on my community. So, I mean, although this, I will agree this does not look pretty from the air, but when it's done and you drive by on County Line Road, I guarantee it'll look good, because that's what we do. We specialize in stuff that looks good and looks old and looks like it's been there for a while.
Okay.
Okay. I would echo the sentiments of a few of the members here, but I would, I agree with Ed. If you had come forward with the plan that's sitting on the screen right now first, I would really have been bowled over. It does appear there's a lot on the 12 lots that you have right now. I'd love to see it go down a lot or two. I do agree with the driveway. I think that combining the driveway and seeking the waiver for purposes of that is a better plan. I think you still try to create some of those creative juices a little bit and come back to us. But also I would ask that you do meet with the neighbors and keep them informed. So obviously by some of the gaffes that when the first plan went up from the audience, I would ask that you do meet with them so we don't have during the land development subdivision, surprise neighbors.
Or just ask the neighbors to give us a card or something as we're walking out so that we can stay in touch with you, or a contact number or something.
Very good.
And did we ever resolve that 2.5 to 1?
Why don't you do that in staff, Nick, outside of this purview? Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is old business. I do not believe there's any old business. We also then have new business. Anything on new business? Motion to...
Motion to adjourn?
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have public, does anyone want general public participation? I apologize.
No, you gotta be kidding. I had asked you about 8 months ago to look into, since you talk about code amendments,
Sidewalk dining on private property. I just hope to urge you to look into that issue, which has come up with coal-fired pizza in the former Acme location, and it's actually been a bit of a question mark and an ongoing appeal from the Liquor Control Board. So there's an opportunity to solve the problem, and it's come up with a place at 103 North Wayne who wants to have a sidewalk dining in the back of a location, backing up on the Presbyterian Church.
Okay. Thank you. Now, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.